Ready? Good evening, everybody. My name is Louis Stephen. I'm the Mayor of Worcester. This is a public meeting and members of the public and press are permitted to report on proceedings. Reporting includes filming, photography, making an audio recording and providing commentary on proceedings. Please note this meeting is recorded and streamed live. These recordings are published on the relevant meeting page of the Council's website. By choosing to attend the public meeting, you are deemed to have given your consent to being filmed or recorded and for any footage to be broadcast or published. If the alarm sounds, the premises must be evacuated immediately. Do not spend time collecting personal belongings. All emergency escape routes are clearly signed. Once you have left the building, the assembly point is the High Street opposite the Guildhall. Members and other speakers are reminded to use their microphones when speaking. We're now going to stand and have a minute's silence in memory of Paul Walters, the former chair of St Peter's Parish Council, who passed away in late January. If you please stand. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, so unfortunately the Mayor's orator can't be with us today due to an illness. So she's prepared a poem that I will do my best to read out on her behalf. No one source is royalty. I have always found a guilty pleasure in enriching myself with all knowledge. Surely many of you feel the same. And with that comes a curiosity with our very own history, even the parts that we wish were in a black hole bin. History plasters itself in sticky glue and has a proneness to repeat itself in reenactments of education or drumroll echoes. Some with elation, some with sorrow, and some with ponderous attitude. An urge to look into the past, his pleading nature to learn, a wish to only repeat the good bits. Goodness never arrives at the platform alone. If it did, we would struggle to draw a distinction between right and wrong, kindness and viciousness. The soil will always bleed through to us eventually, but we exhale our stories in an afterthought that brings through the daffodil bulbs for more than one trip. I'm now going to call for any apologies. Do you have any apologies?
Apologies have been received from Councillor Ditter, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations?
Yes, on behalf of
Thank you. Any others? Councillor Bushra.
Thanks, Chair. I have to declare interest because the fees and charge is going up, and I hold the licence in the city.
Thank you. Any others? Councillor Cochrane.
I am also an allotment holder.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you. The next item then are the minutes. Can we all agree that the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of November are a true and accurate record? And are there any matters arising? I don't think there are. So in that case, those are approved. Right. So we now turn to the Mayor's communications. Oh, yeah. I'd like to start by paying tribute to Paul Walters, former chairman of St Peter's Parish Council, as I say, who passed away unexpectedly in late January. Paul was co-opted to the Parish Council in September 2019 and was elected chairman in May 2023. Members will recall that Paul attended to the last meeting of the City Council back in November and spoke about the proposed changes to the Parish Council's election arrangements. I'd now like to invite other members, anyone who would like to pay their respects and tributes. Councillor Cochrane.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it was with great sadness that we heard the news of Paul's unexpected passing just a few weeks ago now. Paul took his responsibilities on the Parish Council very seriously, and he was not only Vice Chair and then Chair, but also he was responsible for organising and chairing the Police and Communities Together meetings. He was a fair-minded and decent person who was extremely community-spirited and well-known around the parish. He will be missed by many people, particularly the other parish councillors, for his wise advice and diligent work.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Cobb.
Mayor, thank you. Council, good evening. Yeah, just to say, obviously, I'm not a member of that particular parish council, but I know that he was very well regarded, and we've lost quite a few councillors recently, and yeah, it was only this afternoon a resident called me who didn't know me to check that it was him, because he needed to tell his mum, and he said how upset she would be, so he clearly reached a lot of people. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Petrosky.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to say that Paul was an unusual figure in terms of local politics, because he was genuinely very non-political. Was a kind and generous man. I think he had a special gift of trying to bring the opposites together, and whether it was the local PAC meeting in St. Peter's or perhaps meeting the residents, I think he was an example in that regard to us all. So I certainly will miss him, and I'll miss bumping into him in and around St. Peter's.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Mayor. As when I was on Warner Parish Council as Chair, had some communications with Paul. They were always pleasurable and useful, and brought forth harmony. And it was, yeah, so it's a big shock to hear of his loss. And thoughts go to all members of the Parish Council who obviously have worked with him, and to any members of Warner Parish Council who also miss dealing with him. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stanley.
Mayor, thanks very much. Didn't have the pleasure myself of working with Paul, but I know that from conversations I've had with colleagues who have Councillor McKay in particular, what a constructive, wise, thoughtful individual Paul Walters was, and I know that civic life in St Peter's will be all the less for his passing.
Thank you. Councillor Denham.
Thank you, Chair. I was not informed that this was going to be part of the agenda, or I would have prepared something rather than just talking off the top of my head. Paul Walters is very fondly remembered amongst Labour Party colleagues. He was a Labour Party member for many, many years. He was chair of Worcester constituency Labour Party, a great supporter, involved in many campaigns, helped a number of us actually be elected and be in this room. Very passionate about policy issues, helpful to others. It was a huge shock to find that he'd passed away, and he will be very much missed.
Thank you. Okay. The next thing I'd like to mention is that at the last full council we had a number of public speakers. You may recall that we had 4 speakers that evening in November, and all speakers have now received a written response from officers. And if you would like any more information about what those responses were, you can contact the office. Committee services. So, I'd like to continue the Mayor's communications. So obviously time is flying for me personally as Mayor. This is the only one more full council meeting after this. And I think anyone who speaks to anyone who's moved to Worcester will know that Worcester definitely punches above its weight when it comes to the arts, culture and events, and we've seen a large number of very successful events over the last few weeks, including Love the Arbo, Lights Night and the very stunning Chinese New Year celebrations, to name just a few. I'd like to give a quick plug for the Mayor's Charity Fashion Show. It's on Thursday the 14th of March and it's in aid of Age UK. Please do come along if you can possibly make it, and even if you can't, could you help us to share it on your social media channels. We're going to have students from Nunnery Wood High School, Christopher Whiteheads and Heart of Worcestershire all working together, and what they're going to be doing is taking donated clothes and upcycling them and making them into fashionable garments. They've done the design, the making. They're going to be doing a fashion show with a catwalk. We're going to have a lovely meal. It's going to be music and dance, and it's going to be a very entertaining evening, I hope. So do please come along. On the following night, on Friday the 15th of March, we also have a charity brass event, and that's in aid of, again, of the Mayor's charity. So if you can make that, that would be great as well. Okay. So turning to the rest of this evening, I've decided that due to the substantive, the amount and the substantive items on the agenda, and due to the large number of questions, that I've taken the decision to hear all the questions after agenda item 12 on the agenda. So we'll hold this to the end of the meeting. And finally, I'd just like to invite everyone to come to the Mayor's Parlour if you so wish, where I'll be offering refreshments in the Mayor's Parlour. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is public participation. We have 5 members of the public who have, oh, it's 4. Oh, it's 4, okay, great. It's 4 items, so that is about 3.5 minutes each, is it, roughly?
Yes.
Roughly, okay. you all get approximately 3.5 minutes time. When there's a minute to go, we'll give you a flag to say, yes, you need to start winding up. So I'd like to call the first person forward, and that's Elaine Watt.
Mayor, councillors, fellow members of the public, I have a question for the council, and I'd like to know if they would like women and girls, my daughters here, and their elderly grandparents, and other women like us throughout Worcester to feel and be safe when using council-funded facilities. I can only assume that the answer is yes. Now, we have some brilliant facilities at Freedom Leisure throughout Worcester, funded by the council, and I'm sure many of you here, as leaders of the community, use those facilities. I too would like to use those facilities with my daughters and my elderly mother. So I started to make inquiries, starting off by chatting to St John's Sports Centre, who would not confirm to me that they would not let a biological man claiming he was a woman to come and change in the changing rooms with myself, my daughters, and my elderly mother. So I moved on to Nunnery Wood, same question. And they were unable to confirm that they would not let a biological man claiming to be a woman come change with me, my daughters, and my elderly mother. Well, I also knew about Purdiswell, and I know that Councillor Riaz has spent a lot of time making sure that there was a specific ladies' swimming session. Okay, I'll try Purdiswell. A Freedom of Information request showed me that they would only have biological women on that session. And I know that Councillor Riaz put a lot of effort in to make sure that that was the case. That said, when I called Purdiswell, they told me they would not stop a man who decided that he was going to be a woman that day from coming into those facilities during that woman's hour and at any other time. So I'm currently unable to find a place where I can take my daughters and my mum to use council facilities funded by the people of Worcester, where we can feel safe from worrying about a biological man coming into the changing room. So can the council please provide details of what policies the council have in place to ensure that girls and women, like me, of Worcester, can exercise and change safely in council-funded facilities, specifically those that are concerned and feel vulnerable from having to change with biological males? Mr. Mayor, last time I spoke, you made me a commitment that I would receive a response within 28 days. That response took your council over 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you. A response will be made, and I hope this time it will be done within 28 days. Okay, I'd like to call forward now the next public speaker, which is Richard Coopey.
Hi, thank you. I'm just here to speak about the proposed rent rises, very steep rent rises for allotment holders in the city. Somewhere between 45, maybe depending on the circumstances, up to 65, maybe more percent. I've come to speak in a sense, just in a sense of frustration a little bit. I've said, I spoke to various. Three of us have spoken to subcommittees about two things really, the value of allotments in terms of being vital green spaces in the city, environmental assets, beyond compare really in a sense, 23 large organic gardens, 1,000 plot holders, many more than 1,000 people indirectly affected by things like food health. But also, allotments are a place of really a great asset for questions of mental health. And I spoke last time about loneliness and the way in which allotments address directly, if you're looking at things like social prescribing and offsetting other costs elsewhere, loneliness is a key issue that allotments tackle head on and solve head on, really. So they're not just places where old blokes go and grow onions in a straight line, and there's so much more for so many more people in the city, and they're vital in that sense. I speak from a sense of frustration because others, as well as earlier subcommittees, talked about the way in which the fees, these proposed fees, which threaten to put the city's allotment in a bracket with or beyond the most expensive allotments in the country. And the way in which those figures are calculated, where we think the benchmarking process was flawed and misleading, the administrative costs that are put forward are unclear, they're opaque. The administrative value that plot holders see doesn't match up to any of this. We don't see the value of what this money being spent by the council in terms of plot holders. Most of the work administering the plots is done by site reps or site coordinators, as they're now called, and we do the bulk of the administration and management of plots across the city. So that's a little bit. That's the situation. Before we mentioned these rises, and at previous subcommittees, a figure of 6% for rises across the has been mentioned as the financial rises across the city for amenities and so on. And we're a bit startled when we've said, what about these very high rises? And then it's just reported that this year the rises are being pegged to 6%, and we don't quite understand why that addressed. 15 seconds. I will just say then, I'll just close on this one if I get my phone open quickly enough, that the other councils in this country have been challenged on this kind of action. And I've got a summary of one, for example, which says, allotments are a recreational amenity. Rent increases must be in line with increases applied to other recreational amenities provided by the council. This is a finding from a court case. The council cannot, by law, raise rents of allotment holders in isolation of other recreational amenities. This is discriminatory practice, and it is unlawful. Okay? Thank you.
Is Lucy Graham.
Hello councillors, I am Lucy, an allotment holder. I have a chronic health condition that, although not often visible, just as often can be debilitating and cause my physical and mental well-being to be inconsistent. I hold the allotment with my family. I want to highlight the value of the allotments for those who frequent it, not as a place for a hobby, but because it provides services to many who are not privileged to have expendable income. Like myself, I have several friends with severe illnesses on the allotment. One not only has more than 2 chronic illnesses, but she lives in a flat with no garden. For us, the allotments mean access to therapeutic environment, organic food and medicinal herbs instead of expensive supplements. All these benefits we could not afford were we to seek it elsewhere. The allotments have provided a safe space during COVID for my sister's children, as well as them learning about nature, biodiversity, and we are raising the next generation who will continue to grow on the allotment. I have several friends in the allotments also with children who can't afford even swimming lessons for their kids, let alone gym memberships. Yet the allotment is somewhere they can go and benefit from exercise and growing plants together. My parents are pensioners, still working, but they aren't flush with the extra cash. They grow healthy food because it supplements their food budget, which otherwise they couldn't afford, especially with the cost of living crisis. My dad often provides maintenance around our areas of the plot because the council is not able to maintain despite the raise in fees. Where is the money going, I wonder? I am very concerned about the price increases, not specifically the first increase this autumn, but the proposed continuing increases after that. And I am determined to represent those needing the discounts and believe it is a disservice to lower those discounts based on an assumption that all people in those categories have extra to spare. Finally, I believe the tension over the payment changes, including the water extra, could have been avoided if the communication between the City Council and the tenants was better navigated. Announcing the changes with no explanation or discussion, to not work together on finding solutions for the money problems, and to make assumptions about our ability to pay more has made this, well, a little messy. When I spoke with Karen Lewing, she said it's hard to please everyone, and I completely empathise with the complexity of trying to make a community and a city thrive. I also don't want us to lose the incredible value that the allotments provide in the process of trying to balance the books. So my question is, councillors, instead could you work with us and take us with you in the development of these decisions? And can we factor in the value of access for lower income brackets to nutrition and health benefits, a therapeutic environment and biodiversity services that the allotments provide as part of the equation? Thank you.
And our next public speaker is Lisa Taylor.
Thank you, Council. I'd like to start by expressing my thanks to the Council for their efforts in swiftly clearing flood-affected areas in recent months. As a cyclist, the river path is a preferred, safer, cleaner route to get in and out of the city centre. Cycling on the main road during busy periods can be quite hair-raising, so it was a relief to get back on this main active travel route again. It concerns me greatly that recent climate projections indicate worsening heavy rainfall and flooding, with wetter winters and drier summers, with more intense rainfall. Predictions for the River Severn foresee flood peaks rising by 15 to 25% in the next 2 decades. Urban areas like Worcester face increasingly more devastating flooding each year. The direct impact on residents of Diglis Avenue, for instance, is evident, with some experiencing flooding 4 times in the last 13 months. My heart goes out to them. Beyond property damage and financial implications, there are profound effects on their short and long-term physical health and their mental well-being. Describing themselves as a floodee, one person told me it's not only the frequency and severity of the flooding, but also the increasing duration of the impacts. It's nothing short of devastating. Conversations with locals reveal indirect impacts, such as disrupted commute routes, restricted access to green spaces like Pitchcroft. People talk about how their mental health is impacted by not being able to access their usual green spaces. One parent of a 6-year-old said they really missed the wide open space of Pitchcroft, particularly during the last half term, because it helped her child to burn off energy, causing her more stress, the fact that they couldn't access it. I've spoken to one couple in Diglis who are very anxious that their home might flood in the near future, despite never being flooded before. They are even considering purchasing pumps just in case. Local businesses suffer from reduced footfall and disrupted deliveries. I saw in the Worcester News that there have been reports of up to 70% decline in custom. This particularly impacts our small independent businesses that we're also proud of and must stifle Worcester's overall development and economic growth. Moreover, inadequate drainage infrastructure, evident in blocked drains around Bath Road, Woolhope Road, exacerbates flooding issues, making footpaths inaccessible. I've reported 4 blocked drains in the last few months, which cause localised flooding during heavy rainfall. As well as welcoming the motion that Councillor Lewing has brought to Council, I'd also urge you to consider investment in community engagement and public awareness campaigns to help mitigate the impacts of excessive rainfall and flooding, as there are lots of examples of small things that we can all be doing in our homes and gardens to help. Let's work together to protect our community and secure Worcester's future. Thank you.
On the agenda will be the notice of motions. So the first motion is on flooding and it's proposed by Councillor Lewin. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the public speaker for doing a great introduction for me. I feel this is a really important motion, and I really hope that I'm going to get cross-party support because it is a city-wide issue. The River Severn runs through the heart of our city and is much loved by all of us who live and work here. We're proud of living in such a beautiful city. It's defined by the magnificent River Severn and our historic cathedral standing by it, and we should never take this for granted as it brings such a good quality of life to us all. But when it floods across the open spaces that form its floodplain, including Pitchcroft, the County Cricket Ground, the City Council car parks, play areas, parks, paths and roads, it makes our daily lives at best inconvenient, and at worst, it can have a disastrous impact on homes, families and businesses. And what's so worrying is that climate change has made this a familiar occurrence to us all. It's a stark fact that floods are increasing in frequency and intensity, so much so that in the last 20 years we've had as many floods as in the previous 100. With 3 major floods this winter and more flooding just last week, the cleanups and repairs are ongoing when the water comes again. Homes don't have time to dry out properly. The administration process of giving out grants to residents and businesses seems constant, and then the process has to all start again. As the chair of the Environment Committee, I recently toured the city to see the impact of flooding and saw the extensive damage and clean-up in operation. Bins and benches were covered in silt, there were damaged signs, thick layers of debris and mud on footpaths, roads and coating walls. A fence in Diglis had been pulled over from the force of the water, and paving and decking along the river still needs repair. This is not all the City Council's work. We work in partnership with others, but it is really important as we share this responsibility to ensure that our residents are kept safe using these routes and help to prevent trips and falls and getting everyone back to business. The clean-up uses a lot of council staff time who are diverted from their normal day jobs, and previously with occasional flooding this approach worked. But in January it was the 3rd time the council staff had been diverted and were asked to work extra hours and focus on instant recovery rather than carrying out their normal street scene work. We have also lost a huge amount of income from our flooded car parks, with each incident costing between about £20,000 and £25,000 in lost revenue, and this comes from our dwindling emergency reserves. Combine this with a decade of austerity that has left our council struggling and having to make redundancies or have voluntary redundancies and challenges to the services that people rightly expect and deserve. It really can't go on. What we need is overall funding certainty for the council and a government guarantee that Worcester will be provided with guaranteed levels of flood recovery funding to be regularly reviewed in line with the frequency of flooding. We also need to address the long-term issue of flooding impacting our city, and I think that we would all like the council to be able to represent and speak up for the city's residents and businesses. And it's frankly ridiculous that Worcester is not currently part of a group or board that gives us a voice and a role in addressing the future impact of flooding. So I really want us to get our feet under the table of an existing group or start a new group if necessary that will work with other frequently flooded towns and cities along the River Severn, such as Shrewsbury, Bewdley and Tewkesbury, to bring together our experience and voices to work together to implement meaningful and rapid local improvements whilst working together on long-term changes throughout the River Severn Valley. And this isn't just about putting up more flood defences. We know that that is being looked at, but they cost an enormous amount of money, and there are places where it's just not economically viable. So the water is rising, and in time, if we do not address the problem, higher flood defences will be needed, or our homes and businesses will no longer be able to cope. And we saw that with the really sad statement from Worcestershire County Cricket this week, who were talking about possibly being able to leave their historic home. So please support this motion, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. For seconding, I've got Councillor Pingree.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Having grown up in Worcester, I've seen many floods. I've seen the damage it causes and I've seen the mess that it leaves behind. We in Worcester do our best to stand tall, even when floodwaters rise. However, what used to be an issue once a year is becoming an issue 3 or 4 times a year, and our resources to deal with this issue are growing increasingly sparse and being spread increasingly thin. We simply cannot keep up with the rising waters. Flooding affects many in our community. It takes over people's homes, making them unusable. It blocks essential routes to the city, redirecting buses, making people late for work, making students late for school, preventing the elderly and the most vulnerable from getting to where they need to be. I've been told by residents of St Clements that when flood waters rise and cause Sabrina Bridge and Hilton Road to close, they feel very cut off from the rest of the city. People who work in businesses in the city centre find it much more challenging to get to work. Many people who don't live near the river do not see the incredible work that goes into clearing up after a flood. They don't see the people who clean up the mud and the silt, who fix signs, who fix benches, who fix fences. I'm always impressed by the speed and the quality of the clean-up operation. This is needed to ensure residents can use these roads without danger of slipping on mud or tripping over debris. I'm increasingly aware that without more funding and without long-term flooding solutions, this clean-up operation won't be able to take place.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Uden.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I support the spirit of this motion and I agree with everything which the mover and seconder has said. But I have also got plenty of questions to ask about where we go with this motion. I think we should have an opportunity, Mr Mayor, to have more debate about these issues and ask questions and discuss any implications which may occur as a result of this motion, especially budget implications. You know, it's not just the River Severn which causes problems with floods in Worcester. In my own area, we've got the River Teme, the Lawn Brook, and we have a huge problem with agricultural fields runoff water, especially after the South Worcestershire Development Plan has built houses in an area which previously absorbed floodwater. So these are many consequences, and I would like to know more also about the River Severn Partnership and our involvement within it, and consider those possible alternatives and what they are and what we could do. So I have some concerns and questions also about, as I said, the tributaries like the Severn, including the Teme and Lawn Brook. So with your permission, Mr Mayor, I have a very minor amendment which I hope the mover and seconder will agree to, because it is not in any way speaking against what they're asking for. It's actually endorsing it, but actually wanting to expand it further. It's to delete council resolves and insert refer to the Environment Committee to enable councillors of all sides to have a full debate, discussion and determine the following proposal, and then list the actions which are there. This will enable this proposal to go to Environment Committee for us as members to ask questions of our officers, consider options and look at other ways in which we can actually support what the movers and seconder of this motion have actually asked us to do. Give us an opportunity to use the committee system and bring back to council something which could be much more meaningful. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lewin, would you accept that amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Can I hear it again, please? Because it was quite long.
Or is there a seconder for that amendment, first of all? Councillor Denham. Yeah, okay.
I would accept it.
Sorry? I think we probably got it.
Yeah.
Would we read it again? Okay, we read it again then. Yep.
To delete the words council resolves and insert the words refer to the Environment Committee to enable councillors to have a full debate, discussion and determine the following proposals.
So just to clarify, Councillor Udall, you're not deleting anything in A, B or C of the proposal. You just want an extra discussion at committee stage. Would that be based on any report that you want, or what would it actually be based on?
I think that would be determined after we agree the amendment, and as you as chair of the Environment Committee will have a lot of determination in what goes into that report.
I think it's basically to bring it to the Environment Committee first, and then all the actions we decide after that. Are you prepared to accept that amendment?
I'm just not sure what our officers can do in terms of a report, other than to bring together, I suppose, the costs to the council and the hours that we lose. But the idea is that if we do that, if we come together in the River Severn Partnership or with a new group, the idea is that will happen with the Shrewsbury, Bewdley and Tewkesbury and other places, and actually we'll have a stronger voice altogether.
If I may, Mr Mayor, I totally agree, but which is why it needs to have further discussion. I want to know more about the Severn partnership. I need to know more about the alternative options if Severn partnership is not a realistic option. And I think that debate can only happen at the Environment Committee, and Council is not a place for that debate. We need to do the digging, the hard work and determining what could be the on offer, what we could be asking for, and bring that back to Council after the Environment Committee has done its work in the committee system which we have.
I think, if I may just intercede here, I think Richard is basically in support of the spirit of the motion, is asking for more debate to happen in the Environment Committee. And personally, I think that seems to make a bit of sense. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yes, I think we have got an environment committee coming up. What I'm just concerned about is, you know, with the elections, that it's going to be a long time before we actually do anything. But maybe if it gives officers time to happily look at the proposals, maybe talk to some other towns and just see what they think as well, it's probably worthwhile doing. Thank you.
Okay. Just bear with me a moment. So the wording could be changed to come back to the Environment Committee to consider further work. Or what are you proposing, Sean?
Mr Mayor, I think the original motion is in order. I think the proposed amendments are in order. Another option would be to add the reference to the Environment Committee at the start of C instead, which would leave the policy mandate at A and B as is council to write, and C be, for example, under the oversight of the Environment Committee to ... So that would be a compromise. Officers can put a report together for the March committee. Necessarily it will be quite light touch because of the timescales.
Thank you, Chair. I had planned to do an amendment to the motion, but some conversations, I'm decided I might not necessarily do that. I just wanted to check on a point of order what the impact would be. The issue I wanted to raise was trying to figure out the link between sewage dumping and flooding and raising that to council. So my question is, if I were to add the words as an amendment, that the council notes that number 4, frequent flooding increases the chances of sewage dumps into the River Severn, having an overall detrimental impact on the quality of water. But before I do that, what will be the impact of adding those words in our ability to bring a full motion, which will require a lot of work and cross-party collaboration, into the next council meeting? Will that preclude us from bringing a motion on sewage if those words were to be added to the motion?
Yeah, so we have a rule in the Constitution about not debating a matter twice within 6 months. So, excuse the pun, it could be cleaner to bring it to the next meeting. Or you could, given that a limb of this is now going to be looked after by Environment Committee anyway, you could propose that that's amended to include the impact of sewage. I think that what the Councillor Oodle's amendment is proposing is to start this off as a work programme of the Environment Committee. So you could take the opportunity tonight to add an amendment to refer to sewage, perhaps as part of that C, for example, at the end, looking at cleanliness or something. But I mean, we're clearly drafting on the hoof, so there's pros and cons. Sorry, it's my best advice.
I mean, just for clarification, the intention of our amendment, and I'm grateful that it's been accepted, is that by referral to Environment Committee, we can have a much more informed debate. Clearly, the proposer and seconder have done their homework. The rest of us haven't had that benefit, so to speak. So more information at Environment Committee, of which sewage would be an aspect, if you see what I mean. I think that is the intention, and hopefully would meet everybody's needs.
I'm a little concerned. I think sewage is such an important issue, but it kind of complicates what we're doing here, which is really addressing the flooding. I know that sewage is a problem with flooding, but sewage is actually a problem without flooding as well. So actually, I'm not sure whether it's overcomplicating it, and it would merit actually a motion by itself. I'd be very happy to do a motion by itself at next council with you, Councillor Jagger.
And then if you want to.
Councillor Jagger, you do sit on Environment Committee. You could raise it there.
So just a point of order, Mayor. Can we return to the formality of a council meeting? Do you think?
Yes. Thank you. Right. Okay. Right. So. Okay. So. On that amendment then, are you accepting that you bring it forward as a motion in the future and withdraw that amendment? Is that okay for you? Councillor Alcott.
Sorry, point of order. Don't we have to clarify whether Councillor Lewin accepts Jess's amendment and then we go from there?
She's indicating no, really, but she's saying it might be better to come back as a future motion. It'll be clean then.
But Jessie can still put the amendment forward if she wants to.
If she wants to, yeah. Do you want to put the motion forward or not?
Would it be acceptable if we rephrase the wording so that just under the notion that says that the council notes that there is a link between flooding and sewage dumps? That keeps it general, it doesn't preclude, but at least it raises it. Would that be an acceptable compromise?
Councillor Lewin?
I think my problem is that sewage is a problem all the time. And by saying it's only a problem when it floods is actually reducing the seriousness of sewage.
Okay. Right, so I think that's a no. So would anyone like to talk on that amendment before we put that to the vote then? Do we second it?
Yeah, second it for start.
Yep. So Councillor Murray will second it. Okay, I'm guessing that's formally, yeah. Okay, so anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Alcott.
Mayor, if I may, yeah, obviously sewage is closely interlinked with flooding. And obviously we've got a chair of the environment, we've got an environment committee member. It makes perfect sense for them both to be looked at together. I don't think not doing it now will water it down. In another 6 months' time, how much more sewage, would have gone through the system? We don't want to put this off. I think, we need to look at it now. Why not?
Right. Any other points? Councillor Bissett.
I'd just like to say that let's imagine for a moment that we had a really excellent sewage system in this country and that there were never any overflows of sewage into rivers. Well, I maintain that we would still have a serious problem with flooding. There are links between them, but they are also, in my opinion, two separate problems. And I don't think that it's appropriate to bring that particular aspect, that particular issue into this motion. So I would be opposed to that amendment.
Councillor Gregson.
I would suggest that we're intruding on private grief between two political parties here, rowing about whether to accept one amendment or not. It strikes me that the best way to move forward is to follow Councillor Udah's example of applying it to the Environment Committee, to have this debate there when we are able to be properly informed in advance and discuss with officers, and that should include a discussion about sewage. So I'm going to support the amendment.
Okay. Any other people like to speak on that amendment? No? Okay, so Councillor Lawrence.
I don't know how many people have actually had floodwater come into the house, but it used to repeatedly happen to my family home. And I can assure you, sewage is very much the issue. What comes into your house first is the sewage. It backs up the drains and it comes into your house. It makes you sick. And it's very, very important that it's included in the debate.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Garrity.
Mr Mayor, can I just echo those views as well? As somebody, I know other colleagues around the table have obviously visited flood-hit homes and businesses, but I do think as part of an overall debate that we do need to look at those issues around combined sewerage, because obviously when we have heavy rainfall, we do see problems such as people have witnessed and reported recently down in the Diglas area, in Waverley Street, where we've had discharges from the sewer system that have been devastating for people and clearly shouldn't be going on. So I think as part of a wider debate around flooding and the impacts of flooding, surface water flooding from heavy rainfall, as well as from our rivers, and Richard mentioned also, you know, that it's not just about the Severn, it's around things like Lawn Brook and the team. You know, this is why this is a much wider debate than simply, the Severn is an important aspect of it, but I do think an overall report to the Environment Committee looking at those aspects would be sensible, and then obviously taking up our roles with the various partnerships, well informed about the issues, would be a sensible way forward. And I think this debate demonstrates why it's quite difficult to do this on the hoof tonight, because we all have the best intentions, I think, of the citizens of Worcester, that we all serve at our heart. Whichever ward we represent, we see the devastation this causes, and so it should go to the Environment Committee, and then we can provide the evidence to all the agencies, whether it be the Environment Agency, County Council, Rivers Partnership, etc., etc. And I think that's where it needs to go first, actually, Mr. Chairman, to develop these arguments. And I would support such an effort.
I've got Councillor Stanley, and then I've got Councillor Cross.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I certainly couldn't articulate that better than Councillor Garrett has just done. We have a system of governance in this council. It's the committee system. This is an agenda item that should go to the Environment Committee. There it is, essentially. And Councillor Udall's amendment is absolutely the way forward on this particular issue. I see no contradiction in terms there at all.
Yeah, we've already accepted the first amendment.
The question of the further amendment that Councillor Jagger has introduced, well, that should inform that debate at that time. You know, to me there is that is part of a much wider debate that should be taken to in the Environment Committee and debated in full, with full officer support, with the debate properly informed, not made up, rather on the hoof as it seems to be at the moment. So on that basis, although I support the spirit of the Councillor Jagger's amendment, I would prefer the whole thing to be taken back to Environment Committee in due course.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Mayor. Must admit I struggle when amendments and amendments to amendments all happen just verbally. Have we any guidance on how these work, or restrictions on how these works? Are we perfectly? Is that part of the normal process?
It is.
Okay, that's good to understand. So, yeah, certainly these are all very interlinked topics. I think it's important not to rush them, but equally we don't want to be hanging around for action to start. So, yeah, I understand the spirit of actually sewage is a big problem when flooding happens. It depends, you know, but it's not the only facet of it. So I think all these things do belong to Environment Committee, and look forward to hearing, you know, working with Councillor Jagger on this at Environment Committee personally. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if there's no further speakers on the amendment, we'll move to a vote. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. So the first amendment was already accepted, and then we're now talking about Councillor Jagger's amendment to include sewage in the thing that's come back to Environment Committee. All those in favour?
Councillor Jagger's amendment is what?
It's add sewage to...
Should you read it out again?
Can we read out
Read
the
it out
amendment?
again, please.
Read out the
Yeah.
amendment.
So the where it says that the council notes that, I would add point 4, that frequent flooding increases the chances of sewage dumps into the River Severn.
So a new,
That's it.
A new bullet point.
A new bullet point. D.
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's D, isn't it?
No, it's after 3.
Yeah. It's just being noted.
Yeah, it's just to be noted.
after the
I'm not
note.
amending the motion as a whole, just adding something to be noted.
It's just noting. Yeah. Fine. Okay, fine. All those in favour then?
So we've accepted it.
Okay. Right. All right, it's carried. Right. Fine. So, are there any other points before we move to the substantive motion? Before we move to the vote on the now amended twice motion? All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Great. Thank you. Right, that's passed. So the next motion is debate, not hate. It's being proposed by Councillor Collier.
Thank you. And yes, I'm bringing this motion forward this evening, and I do wish to start by acknowledging the work and the good conduct that I've already witnessed here at Council as the very much most recently elected councillor here. I've already seen how committed, how passionate, how hard-working people are, and it seems that working hard for our communities and doing the best for our residents is indeed something that we all have in common. And that really frames and encapsulates this motion this evening. Councillors are central to their communities and to local democracy, and is therefore imperative that we are proactive with regards to safety and well-being of all councillors and council officers. We as a council have a duty to ensure that political discourse is positive and allows all members of our communities to feel that they can engage. Of course, debate and discussion are part of that process, but debate needs to be healthy, respectful and inclusive. This motion has grown from the Local Government Association's 2022 report, Debate Not Hate, Impact of Abuse on Local Democracy. And that report found that 7 out of 10 councillors had experienced abuse or intimidation in the 12 months prior to the survey. And further, in their survey of councillors and candidates, it was found that 27% of respondents said they would not stand in the next election, and a third of those were still undecided, and of those respondents, 68% said abuse and intimidation had influenced their decision on whether to stand again. Beyond these, quite frankly, shocking statistics, there are further areas for consideration. Firstly, the evidence of targeted abuse. Councillors and candidates with protected characteristics were more likely to receive personalised abuse. Misogyny, racism and homophobia were particularly highlighted in responses. Personal and democratic impacts. Abuse and intimidation can significantly impact councillors and their families and the wider community. Additionally, again, impacting willingness to stand for re-election or deterring others from considering standing for public office. Equality and diversity within elected representation are key to a healthy and fair democracy, and we should do everything possible to facilitate this. Our vulnerability of councillors. Our councillors are visible and often very accessible members of their local communities, and we must take seriously that councillors are therefore vulnerable to certain types of abuse. And my final theme is that there's a growing feeling that abuse and intimidation, particularly online, are becoming normalised. The toxicity of debate, especially online, is now far too widely tolerated. We need to avoid the creep of normalisation here too, within these walls, and it's imperative to ensure that no one is intimidated, undermined or belittled, and it's our duty to call that behaviour out. Councillors are leaders of their local communities and act as role models to others. Abuse and intimidation can prevent elected members from representing the communities they serve, prevent individuals from standing for election, and crucially undermine public trust in the democratic process. We all have our own personal experiences as councillors to reflect on, and you may have also experienced intimidation, threats, or been made to feel unsafe in public, on the doorstep, online, and it's unacceptable. For Worcester City Council to actively support the Debate Not Hate campaign would be a hugely positive stance to take. I hope, fellow members, that you find championing civility, safety and positive engagement hopefully uncontroversial, and that this motion is one that you feel that you can support. Thank you.
Thank you. I now would like to ask the seconder, Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to second this motion but reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to formally support this motion. And I think what's important about this motion and the Debate Not Hate campaign is that it seeks to protect councillors from a rising tide of abuse. And if you haven't read it, the document is really worth reading, actually. And I think what it also seeks to do is give councillors the same protection that has been given to MPs following the tragic deaths of Joe Cox and Sir David Amos. But I also think what this motion of those who seek public office. I think that's really important. Now look, politicians have never been popular. Shakespeare wrote of scurvy politicians hundreds of years ago, whilst politicians' shortcomings have been the staple of satire over the centuries, from Swift and Hogarth to Spitting Image and Steve Bell. And in recent years, the political class has given its opponents plenty of ammunition with cash questions, Partygate and the expenses scandal. However, I would argue that this blanket condemnation of politicians is both unfair and unwarranted. We seem to have gone from one extreme to another, from unhealthy deference to politicians to out-and-out suspicion and mistrust. And as has been flagged up by the proposer, the internet, I think, has made this situation worse. Whilst at its best it can be used for engagement and consultation, too often councillors are subject to abuse by keyboard warriors who hide behind anonymous pseudonyms. There has also been a coarsening of political debate which seems to suggest elected politicians are fair game. While some individual politicians certainly deserve scorn for misjudgments, for moral failings or even criminal acts, the assumption that all of us should be cast in a similar light is unjustified. There is an old adage, which I think is very important when we're thinking about the role of councillors and other elected politicians. Be sceptical, but not cynical. A healthy scepticism of those seeking your vote is understandable, but it becomes unhealthy when it turns into a cynicism which always assumes the worst. More importantly, that deep cynical assumption is dangerous to the legitimacy of a democratic system of government. Scandals involving politicians are likely to be remembered and to serve as evidence of the belief that they all do it, while the tireless and largely unsung work is overlooked and forgotten. Again, how often do we hear that councillors are in it for the money, or their noses are in the trough? If you worked out the amount of time, the amount of money we get for the hours we put in, you would be probably better off stacking shelves. And I think that should be considered very carefully later on in the meeting when we're discussing members' allowances as well. Most councillors, in fact, care very deeply about their wards and their city. Many of us put in long evenings and sacrifice our weekends on top of full-time jobs. And I don't blame people being put off standing or when they've been elected becoming quickly disillusioned. We face a trap of unrealistic and contradictory expectations from the public about how politicians should behave and what we can achieve. I welcome how this motion seeks to raise public awareness of what councillors do and what they realistically can do. And it was brilliant. I was reading the WR2 website a few weeks ago and they were discussing who was their representative. And somebody said, I think Sue Smith is our MP. Now, I'm sure Sue would like 90 grand plus expenses, but and it's not the first time I've heard that. And if people think that we are MPs, then we start getting blamed for things that Parliament is doing. And it's that sort of misconception, which can become very dangerous, actually. And, look, we're already legislators, advocates, social workers, sometimes removal men and women. Literally 3 weeks ago, I drove in my pyjamas, as Councillor Cookson will be my witness, in my pyjamas to a resident on Dines Green to go into her back bedroom to sniff a cannabis. And that was I think, my first ever in 14 years as a councillor. That's right, yeah. And I think, you know, we need politicians for resolving conflicts peacefully, and having a variety of views in the chamber is important in reflecting different political ideas. In the end, people must learn to tolerate the inherent messiness of politics. And it has been, you know, if you looked at what's happened in the last debate,
you've got 30 seconds.
it looks quite messy. But that's fine, because the alternative is violent conflict. So resolving political problems peacefully is important. We as councillors must be able to carry out our vital role, subject to scrutiny and accountability, but free from abuse and intimidation. I urge council to support this motion.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stanley.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I'm genuinely unable to follow either Councillor Collier or Councillor Lamb in articulating the sense of our support for this particular motion. We're all here tonight because we're representatives of our community. We all love the city we live in and the city we represent. And none of us, no one, should have to run any kind of gauntlet whatsoever of abuse, whether it be verbal or physical. It is simply unacceptable and shouldn't be tolerated. And if this motion makes a difference, and I'm hoping that it does, then it has my full support, because clearly anything like that cannot be allowed to continue.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
I don't share any of the predicted characteristics raised by Councillor Collier, but I was 18 months ago a victim of a campaign of abuse in terms of phone calls and comments that I perceived as death threats. They were reported to the police. I thought they were acting too slowly, so I contacted my phone provider, got the number, gave it to the police. The persons who were making the comments to me and the phone calls and the death threats, they were arrested and they were ultimately cautioned. So I wholeheartedly support this proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. As chair of Standards Committee, it's quite interesting that you sort of semi-jumped our gun, because this was our work for the year. We were intending to bring the LGA Debate Not Hate campaign, and with Sean's guidance, and therefore, yeah, we'd be happy to take it back to Standards Committee, which meets on the 7th, and through your committee members that are, or councillors that are committee members, we can feed that back to you. You're welcome to join us. The only thing I am curious about is that although you will be an individual member of the LGA through this city, why the Green Party doesn't have a group membership to the LGA, which seems a bit strange to me. But that's my only question back to yourselves.
Okay, Councillor Gregson.
Thank you. I was, when I first read this motion, I was taken back 2 years to this chamber when I proposed a motion in relation to standards for public life and behaviour of councillors, and Matt Lamb supported me in seconding it, and we had an interesting debate at the time, emphasising the importance that Councillor Collier raises of the behaviour, the demonstrable behaviour of councillors as leaders of their community, and the behaviour that we exhibit towards each other within this chamber and outside. We were, unfortunately, that motion was rejected by the majority group at that time, and so it didn't go forward. And so therefore I contemplated an amendment to this motion to try and bring that, rectify that situation and make sure that that we cannot be seen to be above anything else. But I've rethought that because I think that this particular issue is one that stands on its own of particular strength and importance, and don't want to complicate things. And so pleased to support the motion as it's set out. But I do think that if there's an opportunity for the Standards Committee to be reviewing the situation, then perhaps we could look again at some of those issues which we raised a couple of years ago in relation to the behaviour within the council to support and further bolster the aims of this LGA campaign overall.
Okay, I've got Councillor Riaz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in similar vein to other councillors that have had borne the brunt of hate, online hate, and physical threats of harm. There's been a couple of councillors amongst our ranks that similarly have those complaints, and we've been in consultation with the police to try to get action. And so much so, Mr. Mayor, that I've physically been abused in committee meeting downstairs, and the council were powerless to act in that because it happened just on the outside at the close of the meeting, where I was physically issued with a death threat from a developer saying whilst representing my residents, and I felt powerless then because the council weren't able to protect me in that situation. And I can only imagine the feeling amongst the other councillors or new councillors that are subject to that hate, and what the reasons why they would carry on. We need to be protected and afforded the same rights as our peers up in Parliament, so that we can be confident that we can represent our residents in full safety. So I fully back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've all spoken very eloquently on this issue, and it's been really interesting and enlightening to hear. I just wanted really to raise a point of information, which is that the Green Party is affiliated to the Local Government Association. We are part of the independent group because so far we are not big enough to warrant our own sort of division of the LGA, but we will.
May. Brilliant. Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this before we move to the vote? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had a speech prepared, but actually I've been really taken back by hearing so many of your stories, and I'm sure there are so many more to hear within this room. So I thank our newest councillor in this room for bringing this motion forward. A few weeks ago, various members attended a personal safety, really good personal safety meeting here, and it just saddens me that this is what we need, and it was essential that that was put on, and I thank the officers for doing that. But even in my election campaign last year, I was elected in May, I tweeted the Joe Cox civility pledge, and someone who's no longer in this room said some awful things about me, and it just shows that we need to be better than this. So the Debate Not Hate campaign offers a path forward. It provides tools to foster respectful dialogue and encourages social media platforms to take responsibility and sends a clear message: abuse has no place in our political landscape. So I urge you, fellow councillors, to support this motion. Let's commit to respectful dialogue, to listening with open minds, to engaging in debate without resorting to hate. Let's remind ourselves that a healthy democracy depends on respectful exchanges and not toxic division. Together, let's show our community that debate thrives and hate doesn't stand a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, on that we'll move to the vote. So all those in favour? Anyone against? Any abstentions? No. Thank you. So that motion is carried. Okay, so we're now on to agenda item 8, which is reports from the relevant committees. The first one is in connection with the budget, and there is some additional information or explanation which Shane will actually go through now to hopefully clarify one of the points.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very slight change, just to, for the sake of clarity. On page 94, in Appendix 5 to the budget report, in the fees and charges, where it states in the bottom section there, if you're on this one, green space continued is the heading, and there are 2 lines where it says advanced 25% concession. In both cases, that should read advanced 33% concession in line with the Policy and Resources Committee recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you. So, so this item will be proposed by Councillor Denham.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's actually not a pleasure to propose this budget because it's not the budget that I wish it could be. It is, though, an honour to propose my first budget as joint leader of this council. I wished that we had not had 14 years of austerity. I wish that there was a fairer system of funding for local government. I wish that we still received a revenue support grant from central government to this council to help keep our services going. I wish that we didn't have to worry about spending our savings or our reserves. I wish that we did not have to make difficult decisions to get to this budget position, and they are difficult, but we do. Every local council is obliged to deliver a balanced budget. At the beginning of this year, we inherited a position where planned spending was greater than income. That is not sustainable. We can't stick everything on the credit card and rack up the interest payments. Officers have worked incredibly hard to move us towards a balanced budget. The savings and the financial assumptions before us this evening have been through cross-party discussion and decisions in committees over the last 9 months, and we shouldn't be seeking to reverse those decisions tonight. I wish we did not have to raise fees and charges, but I have insisted, the Labour group have insisted, that we put in place, and that has been supported within committees, we have put in place the extra protections for our most vulnerable residents who can least afford to pay. And that's an essential principle to me. Westminster expects us to raise council tax. And for 3/4 of Worcester households, what is proposed tonight will mean only around a penny a day. And that will help this council deliver the public services that our residents need and our residents expect. We have achieved a great deal this year. We have green flag parks, we have more wildflowers, a whole programme of cultural festivals to enjoy, signed off an active travel action plan, a play plan. We have more solar panels and more EV charging points. We're taking action on poor housing standards, not to mention cleaning the streets and collecting the rubbish. Fantastic value for money. We remain ambitious for a better Worcester for every household. I commend this budget to set the foundation for the coming year, and we can hope for a better future and a change of government during the coming year.
Thank you. Councillor Bisson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very glad to be able to second this budget as joint leader of Worcester City Council. This is a prudent, well thought through budget that officers have worked hard on, and members have contributed their thoughts in numerous council committee meetings. We started the year with a forecast deficit of 1.7 million for 23-24. Now we have managed to reduce the gap to just 388,000 for 24-25. Yes, some of the decisions we've made have been painful, but we had no choice. These decisions would not have been necessary if the governments of the last 14 years First the Conservative Lib Dem coalition, and then the Conservatives on their own, had not starved local government of the funds it requires to look after the community through providing not only statutory services, but also the less tangible things that make life worth living, such as parks and green spaces, museums, libraries, arts and culture. Yes, we still have reserves, but you can't keep on dipping into reserves. I think this is a good budget, and I urge you to vote for it.
Thank you. Now, there are a number of amendments that we will be going through, but before we do that, we're going to invite anybody who would like to talk in a general way about the budget. You'd be welcome to say a few words now, or you can keep your powder dry for the actual amendment. So, but we have got a long evening, so if there's anyone who would like to raise something at this point about the general budget, that's fine. If not, we'll move on to the first amendment. Great. Right, so the first amendment is being proposed by Councillor Cleary. Freeze proposed increase in allotment fees. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm proposing that we freeze the proposed increase in allotment charges. I declared an interest at the start. I'm an allotment holder. I'm also a deputy site rep on Marion Close Allotments. The proposed rise of 45% in the first year it far exceeds the average rise in any other council services, which is between 5 and 10%. There's a secondary rise planned for the following year, which bumps it up to something like 65% additional costs. And the main part of the problem is allotment services are not 45% better than they were 2 years ago. Allotment services, and I have my ear on the ground because I'm a deputy site rep, allotment services are not better, they are worse. And plot holders believe this and they think this, and they're not happy that they're expected to pay 45% more for a service that is 10% worse. More importantly, most allotment holders, I think probably half of the allotment holders in the city, are over 60. A large proportion are in their 70s, and most are on a limited fixed income. And I'm quite happy to go on record and say this is discriminatory, and I think it's thoroughly unfair that allotment holders should be expected to pay more for a service that's worse, especially when most of them are over the age of 60. It's thoroughly unjustified, and the £14,000 cost that we would foot for freezing this this increase is a drop in the ocean compared to what we spend on other things, play, lighting, footpaths, cycle paths. It's a third of the cost of the biodiversity officer for a start. I think if we want to show allotment holders, particularly those who are in their 60s, that they have our support and that the council supports them, we should stop this increase, we should freeze it. And I will just finally reiterate what was said by the monitoring officer of the allotment. There's £1.4 million in unallocated reserves, which can easily be used to foot this £14,000 saving to help allotment holders feel as though they're being supported by the council. So I urge everybody to vote with me and freeze the proposed increase in allotment rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you need a seconder as well for this one? Yeah. Yes. Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Garrity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll formally second reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So I've already got declaring to speak is Councillor Udall and Councillor Riaz. Councillor Udall.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be fair to say, a lot of sympathy for the proposer of this motion and for the public participation which we heard tonight at the beginning of the meeting. However, I don't support this amendment. We've been through the committee system. It's a system which has been agreed and it's part of the budget process. However, I do believe the way we manage allotments needs to change. And I think that's something which we do need to look at and review. I have long supported self-management of our allotments, where allotment holders can run their own sites, set their rents and fill their own vacancies, make their own rules and determine their own future. In fact, we have 2 self-managed sites here in Worcester, and they both work well and they're well supported and well managed. I believe we need to have those discussions with the allotment holders at the Environment Committee and look to alternatives to the options and to the future. We need to work with allotment holders and not just impose changes upon them. So I think we need to come to some sort of compromise for the future, which isn't an arbitrary freeze or increase at this stage. It's to look at the potential of a cooperative option, which is self-management, which would put power, wealth and opportunity and decision-making in the hands of allotment holders, not councillors. It's a third way, and it's something which I think we potentially could look to in the future to actually help allotment holders and set them free.
Thank you. Councillor Riaz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We heard earlier, Mr. Mayor, from some public speakers and obviously from Councillor Curie about process not being followed, about accusations of discrimination and consultations not being transparent and the figures not being forthright. And I'm really concerned, obviously, because of those statements. And I want some clarity from the Section 151 officer and the legal guidance in terms of the processes that have been followed.
I imagine Councillor Riaz has not meant what that sounded like. My reference to discriminatory is directly in relation to the treatment of over 60-year-old allotment holders. The other comments with regard to process, that's nothing to do with me, so my name shouldn't really have been mentioned in that, if you get my meaning.
Sure. So, okay, it's fine. This question still stands in terms of the original, in terms of processes, in terms of transparency, and whether we've been, followed all due process. So that's the first question I'd like to ask our legal officer, please.
Is there anyone who's able to comment on the process?
Mr. Mayor, I think what I would want to say is that the process of bringing decisions through the committee system involves proofing them against accusations that improper process is being followed, particularly when we're doing something controversial like proposing increases. We do consider impact assessments. It may well be that a policy, practice or criterion that the council adopts does have a detrimental impact on one group more than another. That may be the case as a result of an impact assessment, but that doesn't automatically make it unlawful. If we thought it was an unlawful proposal, clearly it would not be proper for us to bring that to you, and we don't consider it to be unlawful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The more substantive point is, if you cast your mind back, Mr. Mayor, when the Green Party did a deal with the Conservatives in terms of the whole committee process and introducing the committee system to the city, and how it made democratic decisions more fairer, involved all councillors through the committee system to be able to have a say, to be able to be part of the debate, to have their arguments, listen to all sides of the debate, and making democracy more accessible to the whole of the council. And then this is exactly what we've done. Over the few last years, we've found that the committee system has worked really, really well, and that collaboratively we've come up with budgets and come up with decisions that have been for the benefit of the city. These sets of amendments that we have before us, and particularly before us, make a mockery of that. We've had 3 attempts through 3 different committees, through the Income Generation Committee, through the Policy and Resources Committee and the Environment Committee, where these amendments that have been put before, these aren't new amendments, that have been debated, that have been discussed, and that have been outvoted. So my point is, Mr. Mayor, it makes a mockery of that. Everybody has had ample discussion on these, and that we've come to these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to follow on from what Councillor Riaz has said, yeah, he's absolutely right. The committee system, when it was introduced, when we so-called did a deal, or had an adult conversation, as I prefer to call it, it was initially unpopular with certain councillors in this room, and then it quickly became popular because, as you said, the committee system involved all 35 councillors. I remember my colleague, Councillor Bissett, bringing an amendment to full council, and her being criticised for doing that by the Blue Corner. And yet here we are, we've got a whole raft of them. So, you know, it's a bit of hypocrisy going on here. Second point, while I've got the floor, is just to point out that, yes, these there are increases, but there are also concessions. And I think we ought to highlight that there are concessions for example, students and under 25s who meet certain conditions. So let's not just focus on what are, you know, obviously large increases, but there are concessions for particular groups of people which make having an allotment more viable. So I just want to draw attention to those concessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jagger, Hodgson and Stanley. So Councillor Jagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So I acknowledge that this budget is the result of hard work of committees and that officers have worked really hard to find a good compromise. I subbed for Mel at Policy and Resources Committee and I supported the budget then simply because I did not see an alternative. However, I did not feel good about supporting an increase for fees for allotment holders because of the many personal stories that I heard about it and the impact that this is having on plot holders. It felt wrong to me not to acknowledge their concerns, particularly as they don't feel they're getting good value for money. However, reading Councillor Cleary's amendment, I see an alternative that I'm happy to support. I realise that it is not ideal to do this at this stage, and I only wish I could have thought of an alternative earlier in the process, but I guess the reason for having multiple committees and having multiple votes on the same issue is to give us the chance to change our minds when we learn more about the impact and we have more facts. So I realize it's not ideal. This is probably not the venue to have done it, but I had not seen another option, and this gives me an option to support plot holders. So I will be happy to support the amendment on those grounds.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hodgson.
Yes, I've been councillor for a number of years and we've had these sort of amendments put before on budget. The majority of them, to be fair, do actually fail because of the arithmetic of the councillors, but they are necessary part of the actual democratic process and that. I certainly remember when we, in opposition to the Conservative group, we put a series through, one of them which was about helping people with the flood. I think it was a fairly modest figure, it was about £4,000 or £5,000, but the Labour administration accepted the amendment and it actually got approved. And it does, these amendments do give you a chance at this late stage to decide, well, is it really worth, you know, this £14,000? We can actually afford to forego this because is it worth upsetting allotment holders? When we sort of at the council we have health and wellbeing committees that trying to encourage people to eat more healthily and that sort of thing, and we want more people to actually go along. You know, at the end of the day, we have a choice tonight. By putting this on the agenda paper, we have given you that choice. You have a choice. You can either reduce allotment fees by £14,000 or you can say, I'm not. That's your choice, and you can vote on this and all the other amendments on exactly the same process.
Thank you. Councillor Stanley.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I mean, dealing with item 1 as we have been both at this council and at other councils and committee meetings. We've listened to a number of representations from the allotment community, and they have been extremely powerful. And you know, I for one have been, you know, informed to a large extent. You know, I have no particular connection to the allotment community prior to this part of our process. I echo the words of Councillor Hodgson. I mean, this is a moment to pause, to consider at minimal cost the impact this will have on some incredibly hard-working, well-meaning members of our community. And I would urge colleagues across the floor to support the amendment as it stands.
Councillor Petrosky.
Only very briefly, and thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of debate, not hate, I'd like to offer a constructive suggestion based on the comments made by Councillor Cleary about the quality of consultation. Councillor Cleary happens to sit on Audit and Governance Committee, and if he is concerned that consultation process is not adhering to a certain standard, I'm sure that Councillor Amos will be.
Again, I didn't mention that.
Okay.
I haven't mentioned anything about standards, about legality, about process. My point was about discrimination against over 60-year-old plot holders. And I've just made that point in relation to what Councillor Riaz said. So I don't think that's appropriate to mention my name in that comment.
And you're correct, Councillor Cleary.
I'm aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anything else, Councillor Petrosky? No.
I'll watch the recording. Thank
No.
you, Chair.
So is there anything else you want to say?
No, I'll watch the recording and make sure that I know what Councillor Cleary says.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do very much value the benefits provided by allotments. I used to have an allotment myself. And I want the allotment holders to know that that we are at one with them in their love for their allotments and what they provide. But I'd just like to explain why I would be voting against this amendment. It's only a one-year settlement. It doesn't come into effect until October. And we have the opportunity in the coming year to consider whether we want to put allotment charges up further and how much. I'd also like to point out that not all 60-year-olds are in need. And one thing that we have done while we've been talking about allotments in committees is that we've targeted our discount more carefully on people who are in genuine need. We've also raised it from the original 25% to 33%. Two more things. I think there's a problem about the water charge. It's not clear at all to me how the water charge is going to be applied, and I think that's something else we need to look at in the coming year. And I completely take on board what allotment users have said about how the costs of administering the allotments should be looked at with a view to reducing them, because that would also save the council money. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Denham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is what a difficult decision looks like and feels like. This has been through 3 separate committees. It has been debated, and the original savings proposal or income proposal has been amended. That is democracy, and what we have got built into the budget this evening has taken careful account of that. I really hope that allotment holders, absolutely, we appreciate everything they do, you know, as the lead for health and well-being, absolutely hear the value, hear all those things. There is a risk around talking about percentages, because a big percentage of a small amount of money is still not a great deal of money, and the concessions are important. This is not about discriminating about anyone. It is about fairness and equity. One of the difficult things that we look at in the council is what are mandatory services we have to provide and what are discretionary services. Everybody pays council tax, only some people have an allotment, and it's about being fair and doing the best we can with the funds that we have available. So I will vote against this amendment because it's, yeah, but that doesn't mean that we dislike allotment holders. We absolutely appreciate what you do.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Alcott.
Mayor, thank you. I just wondered whether it would help. Obviously, there was the £14,000 figure, but obviously we've had a report from our finance officer
and it puts this decision and others into context. I just wonder whether it would help people more with their decision making if I'm unsure if people have read the document from this afternoon or if they're aware of the implications of the decision if we do approve the amendment.
Are you asking a question? I mean, would you like to read out or make the point yourself, or what?
I mean, I can do, but I'm conscious it's going to be a long evening. But I think the key thing at the bottom, it says, obviously, we've got an anticipated balance on a risk reserve, and the committee has proposed to. Shall I let Shane? Shane, would you just say if you're happy to?
Yeah.
A bit more concisely.
Shane Flynn, please, can you expand on what the context is, please?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just to repeat what is written there and recorded on the responses to the amendments, on the commentary rather to the amendments. We're I'm trying to keep it very, very simple. It is more complex than this, but in very simple terms, we have approximately 1.4 million in unrestricted balances. That is basically what we're working with. So any one of these amendments will have an impact on how much we have left once the decision is taken. So at the moment, that accepting this proposal would reduce the balance we have to 1.434 million. We made previous decisions that we should have 1.4 million retained in that reserve to meet unforeseen risks. So it would still be above that. It wouldn't reverse the previous council decision. But members need to note that in the following year, we have a budget deficit at the moment, which is 1.369 million. And if therefore we use the 1.4 million, for one reason or another, then it's not available to fund those reserves in future years. So we have to be conscious of the fact that we are very close to the margins in terms of the reserves that we have.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful because this applies to all of the amendments we're coming up. So, okay, Councillor Geraghty.
Thank you. I did reserve my right to speak, Chair, so I'll speak at this point. I think to govern is to choose, colleagues, and obviously our decisions tonight reflect our priorities as a council, and one of them is about health and well-being of the public and those people who might be looking and reflecting on how they improve their health and well-being. And I reflected on the city's plan and the importance that we have, including having a committee now of health and well-being. And I listened very carefully to the public speakers, and what I heard was really distressing, actually, as somebody long-standing of this council. There's clearly real disquiet around allotments and how they're working at a time when we're proposing massive increases. And I take the point about the increased percentage might be large, but the amount might be small, but it's still a significant amount of money. And I look at the money we're debating, colleagues, £14,000 on a budget of £14 million. 0.1% of our budget we're debating here. And we've also heard in the chamber that acknowledgement, virtually on a cross-party basis, that things aren't as they should be. I heard Richard say that we should be looking at things and debating how they are in the future. And I think what this amendment is seeking is to freeze the charges, to freeze them, not to cut them, but to freeze them for 1 year, whilst we look at this service and reflect on how we make the service meet the need of the citizens of Worcester. And I think I'd say to colleagues, even if they've spoken, reflect on what this sends, the message it sends to the community. £14,000 in a £14 million budget. I, of all people, fully respect the financial challenges of the organisation. You know, I lead a county council where we've debated in another place. Enormous challenges. But colleagues, really, we're debating £14,000 for 1 year to pause and reflect these big increases for people. I don't think that is beyond us tonight to agree this amendment. I think it's absolutely within the gift of this council to do that. I don't think it will put the finances of this council in a perilous state. I think our reserves can sustain £14,000 for 1 year, whilst it goes back and we debate and we discuss, absolutely at a committee stage, under the committee system, how we address these serious concerns. And I think it's absolutely within the gift of the council tonight to do them. That's why I'm supporting this particular amendment. I think it will show compassion. I think it will give this council time to reflect on the concerns, the legitimate concerns that have been raised by members of the public and users in public speakers. And it will do a credit to this council. It will demonstrate that we do listen to people's concerns. We are willing to modify for a very small amount of money, and we are willing to take it. And I urge my colleagues across the chamber just to reflect tonight. £14,000 for 1 year on a £14 million budget with a reasonable amount in reserves is not beyond us, colleagues.
Thank you. If there are no more speakers, I'm going to ask Councillor Cleary to sum up before we move to the vote.
I don't think I need to say anything else.
Thank you. Good. Right, so we're going to move to the vote. It's a named vote. So your names will be read out in turn. So this is for, what you're voting for now is for the amendment. So over to you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I call your name, if you could please indicate if you're voting for, against or abstaining to the motion. Can you ensure that you use your microphone when you're voting? Councillor Agar. Against. Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Olcott.
For.
Councillor Altaf.
For.
Councillor Amos.
For.
Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jagger.
For.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
For.
Councillor Lewing.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
For.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrovsky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Councillor Udall.
Against.
And Councillor Wilmore.
Against.
Thank you. The motion is lost.
We now move on to the second amendment. This is to continue current hours on the fountains at the Quay and the Cripplegate Park, proposed by Councillor Stanley.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. As with the previous amendment, the savings achieved here are relatively small, and yet they do have, and potentially will have, a serious impact on the ability of local families to enjoy what is an enormously popular facility. I'm not for one moment questioning the sort of the spirit of saving money here. What I am questioning is whether or not families who are you know enjoy this facility should be penalised in this way for such a relatively small sum of money. To me, again, as with the previous amendment, this should be taken to a proper review. We're talking about issues, as has been described previously, with health and well-being. We also are not, at the moment, enjoying defined seasons in the way that we may have once done. So the periods that are now under threat are areas of the year when this facility may have been enjoyed by many. So I would urge colleagues to support this amendment, to pause on it for a period when a thorough review can take place. And as I say, the amount of money involved is relatively small. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hodgson. Thank you. Are there any speakers on this amendment? Councillor Denham.
This has been through Policy and Resources Committee, and we had actually a very detailed report. I don't know whether the proposer missed reading it or missed that meeting. We did look at it extremely carefully. Not only does it save money, it also potentially reduces wasteful energy use, reduces staff time. The hours of the proposal that we agreed and that has been implemented, because we made the decision in October and it was immediately implemented, was that the fountains would be on during school holidays and across the summer period. It's worth saying, and maybe others don't remember, the fountains at the quay were not originally designed to be a play feature at all. That is something that people have come to enjoy, families have come to enjoy. This has been thoroughly reviewed, a decision was made, that decision is already saving us money and has been built into the budget. I suggest that we go to the vote and stop wasting everybody's time.
Councillor Alcott.
I guess on this one, I essentially echo Councillor Lynn Denham's comments, and in the spirit of saving time, I won't say anything else. Thank you.
Councillor Udall.
Just very briefly, Chair, you know, if this was a serious concern in St John's, I would be supporting the Conservative amendment. It isn't a serious concern in St John's, and therefore I don't support their amendment. In fact, I spoke to the friends of... Oh, hello. I spoke to the friends of Cripplegate Park earlier on today and in preceding weeks and months, and they are happy with actually the proposal, which is for it to be operational during summer holidays and the school holidays in the summer period, when it's actually needed the most. If it was not going to cover that period, I would have something to say. But to be honest, let's get on with it.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Bissett.
I'd like to, I feel exactly the same way as the previous speakers. I'd just also like to point out that, yes, it is a small amount, and these are all relatively small amounts, except for the car parking charges. But when you add them up, they come to £117,000, which is quite a significant amount in the budget. I think we should most definitely reject this amendment.
Any other speakers? Okay, I'm going to give Councillor Stanley the chance to sum up. Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay, we'll move to the name vote then. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you. If you could indicate for, against or abstaining. Councillor Agar.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Olcott.
Against.
Councillor Altaf. For. Councillor Amos.
For.
Councillor Bissett. Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jagger.
Against.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Lewing. Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrosky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Councillor Udall.
Against.
Councillor Wilmore.
Against.
Thank you. The amendment is lost.
Okay, so the next amendment, number 3, retain free admission of the Worcester Show. And we have Councillor Stanley to present this one again.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Right, let's have another go. The costs involved in managing the Worcester Show have been subject of considerable debate in this chamber and elsewhere during the last few years. Colleagues may recall that the event in 2023 cost more to administer a voluntary contribution than was collected. The question about how much has exercised us on a number of occasions, and we have a figure. I believe that the question we haven't not properly resolved is how much this figure would impact on ordinary, hard-working families across this city. So, in that light, I therefore propose that for the period that it would take to conduct a review, that we pause on implementing this additional fee, and that whilst that takes place, the council retains free admission to the Worcester Show. Again, as with the previous items, the amount is relatively small in relation to our overall budget. And at that,
Okay,
I
thank
wait
you.
for the contributions. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hodgson? Thank you. Do we have any speakers on this? Councillor Pingree?
I think this goes to say for a lot of these amendments. We don't want to have to make these decisions, but we have to make these decisions. This is what 14 years of austerity looks like. And it's incredibly difficult decisions. That's why these decisions have been debated in many committees. That's why hours of hard work have gone into these decisions by councillors and by officers. And I think these amendments, I feel these amendments, disregard that work. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Craigston.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the introduction that Councillor Stanley gave kind of belies his enthusiasm for this proposal. In any case, but I was one of those who was in support of imposing a charge on last year's show, and there was a debate in detail at the committee that decided that it was too early to make that step, and that we should try and encourage people in terms of their voluntary donations. And so we went forward with that proposal, and it's quite clear that it didn't work. So we need a new method of attempting to support the funding of the show. I'm very opposed to any proposals which were to privatise the show. So I think that it's incumbent on the whole of the city to share the ownership of the show, and in the easiest way to demonstrate that is to be able to administer an admission charge. I have to say also that the proposals, the counter proposals to increase stallholder charges, for example, or sponsorship and advertising are somewhat naive. Advertising and sponsorship in particular is extremely difficult to get hold of to support events across the city. As someone involved with other festivals, I know how difficult that is, and it's a decreasing market that you can go to. The same people keep being asked over and over again, and their funds are also, of course, not inexhaustible. And in terms of stall charges, I think that if there was any threat that the stall charges were to go up, then we'd be looking at the balance that the stall holders have to make then their decisions as to whether they are going to go ahead at an early stage. They want to know what kind of returns they're going to get as a result. So what are the numbers going to be like, and all this kind of long and complex process. And at the end of the day, we'll lose stall holders. What draws the people in are the number of people who are prepared to go there and be available and to demonstrate part of the community of the city. So I would very much want to move on with this one and progress to implement the charges.
Thank you. I've got 3 people on my list. Got Councillor Lawrenson, Bissett and Hodgson. There you go. So, Councillor Lawrenson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, once again, going to echo what Councillor's already said. Councillor Pingree is right to reiterate 14 years of austerity, despite the groans nearby. That is the context that we're working in. I mean, council officers are working so hard to look at wherever we can make any potential saving, and where we are compelled to increase fees, as we've just discussed with the allotments. So this is a really reluctant decision. I think it's a trial. I was one of the most vocal members of my own team, saying we need to make it free entry, because otherwise we're excluding people who don't have much money. But, you know, I've obviously reviewed that decision. The event needs to pay for itself. It's £2. I understand that children will get in free still. So let's see if it works. Let's see how much money is generated from the £2 fee entry. And if there's no meaningful difference, then we might revert back to free entry for everyone. So for me, it's a trial for a year. But yeah, we do need to acknowledge the context that we're working in. We can't wish it away. And whilst we increase the fees for events such as the Worcester Show, we obviously need to keep lobbying central government for the restoration of the support grant, because otherwise we're going to keep doing this every single year, and we're going to run out of opportunities to get more money into this council. So let's see how it goes for the next year. Thank you.
Councillor Bissett.
I don't need to say anything, because my colleague, Councillor Lawrenson, has just said what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodgson, I'll come back to you.
Yes, we're talking about £27,000 here. That was mentioned at the meeting, which the group leaders had, regarding what charging at the Worcester Show would actually raise. But would it really? Because collecting the money is quite an expensive job. You've got to secure the site and that. The entrance fee at £2 will not actually raise that much money. So the chances are we're not going to get this £27,000 anyway. So the chances are we probably still will lose out on this money anyway. So why are we going to the expense of actually charging people when actually the best way to get people in there is to increase the footfall? Now, when I became Mayor of Worcester, it was just the year after COVID, and we had a really glorious warm summer day on the Worcester Show thing, and officers were delighted that we had 20,000 people there, and it was actually one of the best things that happened in Worcester, following that really miserable year and that. And I just think, you know, people are not going to like this, right? We have, and the people in Worcester, you know, they don't think as a council we give them enough. And this is one thing we actually do give them in that. And I think it's going to leave a bad taste in the mouth of a lot of people when they're compelled to pay £2, however modest it may seem. And it's naive to think you're actually going to get £27,000, because you're not. You're probably still going to lose money. And I always say stupidity is repeating the same thing twice.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Agar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've sat in this chamber for quite a while, not tonight, of course, but over the years. And how times have changed, haven't they? The party that used to be the opposition used to absolutely refuse to condone any recurring costs of any kind, no matter what they were. And now they're asking us to do exactly that, the opposite, to approve a stonking amount of money, which they know very well we can't afford. The Worcestershire Show is genuinely a popular event, and I do think that £2 entry is not a huge amount for a great many people. I appreciate there are people in this city who really can't afford that, who can't afford very much at all, but for the most part they can, and I think they will. So I'm at one with Councillors Denham, Bissett and Lawrence and Gregson. Yeah.
Councillor Cleary.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think for a minute this motion is going to go through, I'll be honest. And I entirely take the point that it lost money last year. But I was there last year, and I was there for 6 hours, and nobody asked me to make a donation. The bucket for donations was at the back of the tent, away from every single person that walked in. Nobody mentioned it. I didn't see a single person walking around with a bucket all day long, and I was there for 6 hours. So the reason this didn't make any money was because no one tried. Nobody asked. I went and put 20 quid in the donation bucket, but I had to push through people to get to it because it was hidden away. This is because no one tried to get donations. It's not because people didn't want to donate.
Thank you. Councillor Alcott.
Mayor, thank you. Just really quickly, I've just got in front of me a Greg's hot drinks menu, and a cappuccino is just £2.35. So I think to put the £2 fee into context, and obviously other outlets are available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cookson.
I just want to ask a point of clarification of Councillor Cleary. I'm just a bit confused as from when you went to the Worcester Show. Which entrance did you use? Because they had big signs and they had people with cards and saying, would you like to make a donation? So how did you access the site? I'm just quite intrigued by that.
When I went in, all they did was ask if I had a ticket. And I was with there was 6 of us. And not one person was asked if we wanted to make a donation. We physically had to go and make one ourselves because nobody was asking anybody. They were rushing people through.
Just a very different personal experience.
To be fair to Councillor Cleary, I have exactly the same experience. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Cross.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar, although not 6-hour-long, experience to Councillor Cleary and found it quite difficult to actually make a donation and made some suggestions afterwards, raise things up afterwards, and so I think there is mileage in doing it, but certainly if you're going to ask for donations, you've got to really ask, and it can't be done half-heartedly, otherwise you'll get meagre results. And the cost of collection surprised me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hopefully we're coming towards the end now. Councillor Lawrence.
Could we just bring the debate of the Worcester Show back to the community committee where it belongs?
Yeah. Right. I think on that point, I think everyone has had a chance to speak on this. We're going to be here all night at this rate. So we'll move to the vote now. Again, name vote. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Agar.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Alcott. Councillor Outaf. Councillor Amos. Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jager.
Against.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Lewing.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrovsky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Stanley.
For.
Councillor Stephen.
Against?
Councillor Udall.
Against.
Councillor Wilmore.
Against.
Thank you. The amendment is lost.
Right. At some point we'll have a break, yeah?
We're having a tea break.
Yeah. Should we have a break now?
No, I reckon we should get going.
All right. We're going to have a break when we finish all of these amendments, okay? So it's in your own time. So, okay.
It's not.
Right. Number 4. Girl and pest control to continue at the 2023-24 budget level. Okay. I've got Councillor Amos. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read in the Worcester News a few weeks ago that the gull control budget was to be slashed by 50%, I was genuinely appalled. It was made even worse by the extraordinary parallel announcement that the council was also going to waste £5,000 on a gull survey to find out how many gulls there are. In other words, instead of the normal, sensible and proper practice of forming policy and setting a budget on the basis of the facts, in this case, how many gulls there are, they decided just to slash the budget by a half, regardless of the number of gulls and the severity of the problem. But then this council has never taken this issue of gull control seriously, has it? In fact, there are more gulls in Worcester now than ever before, and they're now in virtually every ward, not just the city centre. In my own ward of Bedwardine, gulls continue to cause endless and relentless noise and disturbance to people's lives. The screeching at 3 a.m, having to keep windows and doors closed even in very hot weather, having to clean gull poo off washing and cars, which you have to do very promptly because being corrosive, it will cause permanent damage to your vehicle. These gulls are becoming ever emboldened to attack people and animals as they've become a permanent feature in the city. My residents, for example, in Heron Close and Cormorant Rise, have suffered dreadfully from these vicious flying rats for years, and their lives have been made a misery. Indeed, some of the roofs of the houses are completely white from being completely covered in gull droppings for several months in the year. This, Mr. Mayor, is a serious problem, and it's getting worse. And whilst this issue started out as a source of ridicule, when many years ago, because I'm very consistent, when many years ago I said that the only solution to the problem was a gull cull, I was absolutely right, because the problem is now virtually out of control. The paltry measures taken by this council, obsessed with removing and oiling eggs, placing dummy eggs, were never going to work, as the gulls soon responded by laying more eggs to increase their numbers to compensate. Netting was one solution that would have worked, so of course it was never used. We had a hawk for a while, but again, of course, that only worked while the hawk was present. The gulls just waited till it's gone. Now, these vicious flying rats just stand around eating tables in the high street. People want a cafe society, they want to eat out. But that's becoming increasingly unpleasant and difficult, because these gulls, they wait to pounce the very second people leave, or sometimes even before they're still at the table. You cannot expect waiting staff to be able to clear tables in the time before gulls steal the food. Now, doubtless, Mr. Mayor, somebody will tell us that these gulls are an endangered species, so they shouldn't be controlled. Well, of course they're not endangered. They would be if I had my way, but of course they're not endangered. Worcester has now got the largest resident colony of any inland city in England. What a reputation to have, especially in terms of our tourism potential. But it's not accidental, is it? It's the result of a deliberate policy of too little, too late. Unfortunately, there are too many members and officers who believe that gulls are more important than people. So, now we've got more gulls than ever before, and we slash the budget. And to cap it all, the PSPO to assist with gull control is not going to be renewed, is it? So there's going to be no enforcement either. Now, the other reason, Mr. Mayor, I'm moving this amendment is because of the context in which this budget is set. The people of Worcester rightly expect their council to address their priorities, which are litter, enough litter bins promptly emptied, dog mess, clean streets, the removal of graffiti, a prompt and efficient black-green bin collection service, grass being cut frequently and neatly. If we can't do these things, Mr. Mayor, what can we do? These are what Worcester residents want. So why are we cutting these budgets and that of Gull Control when in fact there is plenty of money? I repeat that, there is plenty of money, because this council has found, just a few weeks ago, 90,000 to be a city of sanctuary, 50,000 for a biodiversity officer. That's £140,000 wasted. Neither of those are statutory. They're just ad hoc demands from vociferous minorities. And so to conclude, Mr. Mayor, I can do no better than share a matter that was raised with me only a few days ago to illustrate all this. One of my residents' green bins was apparently eaten by the collection vehicle and is now unusable. And while that may sound funny, it appears this is a wider systemic problem, as my constituent has been told by council officers, because there are apparently lots of people waiting for new green bins as replacements. And I quote the officer, "Some people have been waiting months without a bin." So we have a shortage of green bins, faulty collection vehicles, both absolutely essential and basic items, but plenty of money to become a city of sanctuary and hire a biodiversity officer. And finally, Mr. Mayor, members, the Finance Officer has confirmed that this amendment is affordable. So think hard why you're going to vote against it, as I've no doubt that you will. I'll conclude at this point, Mr. Mayor, so that members, the majority of members, can now vote this down as they've done with all the other amendments.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Cleary. You're going to speak, or are you going to reserve your right? Nope, okay, fine. Okay, I've got Councillor Lewing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify a few points, please. The biodiversity resource is because of the implications that are bestowed on the council because of the Environment Act 2021. We need this resource because we do not have the expertise within the council at the moment. And if we have got an obligation to look at biodiversity net gain projects through our planning system and look at other units which on council land where we can benefit from the planning position. I would also like to clarify the budget for the girls. Girls are actually protected. We would actually be performing an illegal act if we did not have the proper permissions. They are protected under the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, and we have to do lots of work to engage with the licensing authority to show that we are not doing illegal acts and under the lethal control of girls. That is why we need the £4,700, because this will be part of the evidence to show that we are making progress or we have an issue, because otherwise we won't be granted the licences. The base budget has not been touched. The base budget is £35,000 a year and has been. The money that Councillor Amos has talked about being slashed was just money that came in last year. This was for enhancing gulf proofing work for buildings in the town centre and around, and some houses further out. This gulf proofing work is semi-permanent and will stay. This work is continuing throughout the season where girls are not procreating and are not active, and it is carrying on, but it will be a little bit less. So the work isn't stopping. The council recognises that girls are disruptive, and we have a proactive and reactive approach to their removal. And in fact, I just want to say as well, last year in 2023, we actually removed the most eggs that we have since 2020, 255, and nest removal was 137, and 17 chicks were rehabilitated. So combined with the semi-permanent work that we're doing, I think we are taking this very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lawrenson, Councillor Cookson. Councillor Lawrenson.
Just a quick one to what the challenge the remark about the biodiversity officer being a waste of money. It really, I can't believe anyone can say that in the times that we live in. So I just want to emphasise the council's commitment to do something about the biodiversity emergency that we're in, and having officers to help us with that is absolutely crucial. So just want to challenge that remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cookson.
I just wanted to echo some of the things that Karen said, and particularly in committee we had a very big debate about this, and we've talked about the really difficult decisions that this council's had to make, things like the Worcester show, and because of the recognition of the importance of tackling this issue, that we were very clear that we weren't going to make any cuts to this budget, and the base budget has remained, and that's very unusual at the moment for a non-statutory service to be actually saying we are committed to this non-statutory service, and there was multi-party support across the chain.
Thank you. Councillor Agar.
Thank you. Last week I was walking up the high street when I was liberally saluted by a gull. But I'm happy to report it did not rot my hair or clothing. And the last time I experienced this sort of thing was about 10 years ago in Birmingham. So I think the gull control programme seems to be working reasonably well. And Councillor Lewing's informative speech leads me to conclude that we're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Jagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention about the £50,000 for the biodiversity officer. My understanding is that this budget is new money that we've received as a result of our new obligations under new statutory obligations. And I think that to raise this in this context, saying that this is money that is being wasted, seems a way of spreading misinformation. And I can't help but being cynical and think that this is a way of scoring political points ahead of an election. This money is new money that we've had for this particular purpose.
Sorry, I'm being reliably informed that it isn't new money, so unfortunately you're not correct on that.
Happy to be corrected. My impression was that we received a grant for biodiversity.
Okay.
If I can help, Mr. Mayor, it is part funded from new money and part funded from existing resources.
You're half right. Brilliant. Thank you. Willing to be corrected myself. Thank you. Great. Fine. Any other speakers on this? Councillor Cochrane.
I think that for each of these budget amendments, it would be remiss if we didn't mention the phrase 14 years of Conservative Party austerity.
Any other, before we move to the vote? Oh, would you like to sum up? Councillor Amos, before we move to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's fair to say the debate was a little bit predictable. But can I just refer to pick up a couple of the points that were made? On the budget, now I did ask Councillor Bissett, bless her, at the last council meeting about the fact the budget has been cut. And the answer as printed, it's interesting. Councillor Bissett said, we haven't slashed the budget. All we've done is not spend the same amount of money this year as we did the year before. Now, if that's not a cut, what the hell is? You have an amount, you spend less than next year, but that's not a cut. Anyway, we won't go into the semantics of that because clearly I don't think it'll take us very far. And Councillor Lewing talked about obligations, but I think this council, Mr. Mayor, also has obligations to its citizens as regards their safety and well-being. That's the point. That's the point. We see what the gulls do. We know what they're going to do. We have measures available to us, and we don't take them. Why has nobody answered my question? Netting is a very effective solution. We've never used that. Why is that? As for a gull cull, in fact, it is possible. You can have a gull cull. They have been granted. You have to make a special application, that is true. But the point is, Mr. Mayor, we've never made an application, so we'll never know whether we would have got one. And also, Councillor Lewing said that, or one of her colleagues said, that more eggs have been removed than ever before. Hardly surprising, Mr. Mayor, Because we've got more damn gulls in the city than ever before. That's why. And the final point is, why, and nobody's answered this question either, why on earth is this council wasting £5,000 undertaking a gull survey after we've set the budget and after we've set the policy? It just doesn't stack up, Mr. Mayor. But they're going to vote it down. Those of us on the side of the people of Worcester will continue the battle regardless.
Thank you. I think we'll move to the vote now. Handing over to Claire again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Agar.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Alcott.
Against.
Councillor Altaf. For. Councillor Amos.
For.
Councillor Bissett. Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jagger.
Against.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Lewing.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrovsky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith. Against. Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Councillor Udall.
Against.
Councillor Wilmore.
Against.
Thank you. The amendment is lost.
Okay. We're on to amendment number 5, which is Ash dieback budget increase from 65,000 to 100,000. Councillor Hodgson to propose the amendment.
Okay then, this one perhaps is slightly different to the other ones in terms that we're not asking to freeze them or anything, we're actually asking to increase it because I represent Warden Parish North, which has the most ash trees in the actual city in that. And we have been informed that we've got very serious problems at especially New Plantation Wood, which was originally planted almost entirely of ash trees because they act as a pioneering crop to a new plantation of this particular nature. Unfortunately, about 10 years ago, some pollarding had to be done, and unfortunately, a mistake was made with the contractors who basically took away the non-ash trees, pollarded non-ash trees, and kept the ash trees. So unfortunately, we're in this really difficult situation we have now. We were waiting for the ash dieback strategy, and I'm glad it came into environment. But I think we were disappointed by the amount of budget that was actually applied to it. And it appeared to be, it was sort of something we could afford rather than actually what we actually needed. I did look in the data. There was a table of the trees by the 4 different categories, with category 1 is a healthy tree to category 4, which is a badly diseased tree that needs to be taken down. And although that report showed there was a relatively small number of trees in the worst category, there was nevertheless 2 sets of data between 2 time points, which I think was 153 days apart. And if you look at that figures carefully, you can see how trees have degraded between categories in that particular time. So if you actually project that time, I suspect that when we do the tree survey in the spring, when the canopies start emerging, we will have a lot more trees in the worst state than we actually do now. I was also disappointed with the report as well, in that it talked about other parts of the city where there aren't as many ash trees. I know the local Green Party have mentioned it in their In Touch about the equivalent In Touch, their Green Party News, about the Ash Dieback survey, mentioning about their particular area, but it's actually Warndon villages that need the most, has the most need, and the parish council will be putting a small amount of money into help to alleviate the problem, but ultimately, you know, as the larger district authority that we do pay into, they do need to make a bigger contribution. Also, the report itself, I think, painted a far too optimistic picture about the state of the trees, because I know this is the person who originally wrote the report, and there was one section where it said the risk was actually high, and it highlighted it in bold, and then it had been amended down to medium, but the bold typeface had actually still been left on there, so we know it had actually been changed. So no, this is a problem, and I think putting this extra money in, which is £35,000, which will basically increase from £65,000 to £100,000, will help to make a difference. And this is money we are probably going to have to spend sooner or later. So if we can spend it now and help to get fewer trees in the more serious categories, then this is money well worth spending.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the amendment?
I'll second it. Can I reserve my right to speak till later, please?
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Cookson.
I just wanted to come back on some of your points that you were making, and in particular, you seem to be making a case that you are in favour of removing, I mean, without a doubt, the report that came forward to Environment Committee was that Warndon is one of the areas that's most affected. And what we have been working on with officers and making sure we've independent verified with specialists from around the county was how we protect as many trees as possible. You seem to be arguing in favour of actually decimating all the trees in your area and not maintaining as many as possible, because that seems to be what you're arguing. And I find that quite surprising, because I think what's really strong about our ash dieback strategy is that it's about conserving as many trees and the diversity of Worcester, particularly of Warndon, because the evidence is that ash dieback isn't growing as fast as it was anticipated to, that some of those trees would be able to be safe to stand even if they are heavily diseased, and there was an absolute commitment from officers at that meeting, the point at which any of those trees are at risk to health, whether or not that it's within budget, they would be removed. While there is a £65,000 budget, I think, I'm doing off the top of my head now, if there was any need for that to increase, it would, but we, as you will recall at the meeting, we had quite a lot of discussion about was that enough money, because we wanted to make sure that we were funding it sufficiently, and I think everyone at the committee that was there was very reassured about that, about the approach that we are taking. So it somewhat concerns me what you think this money is going to be spent on, or are you really in favour of that whole scale, let's just wipe out all the trees in Warndon, which I would be surprised by.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Cross.
Thank you. I'm also concerned about ash dieback and the state of the trees in Warndon Parish. There's been a sentiment that not enough has been done for quite some time that's been shared by quite a lot of people. I have also shared those concerns. With subsequent discussions with officers, and I really recommend that all members engage fully in this discussion and in this process, I've learned more about it than from my initial source of ash dieback had given to me. And it's also very clear from talking with the officers involved in the creation of the report and from the members of the Environment Committee as well, that there is commitment to sorting this problem, and that basically allocating, it seems an arbitrary sum of money. What we're being asked to do in this motion, in this proposal, is to throw some money at a problem that we don't yet know what the scale is. And I'm really puzzled by the maths here. It just feels like a bit of sensationalism and publicity grabbing. I think let's do, as we've heard, the same argument I said before. Let's do the survey. Let's find out what things are. Then we know what we're looking at in terms of budget. But the comments have clearly been made, and assurances have been made by officers. If we need to spend more, if we have to spend more, then we will. But that it doesn't have to be done in a mass clearance method. That's a clear take-home from the report. I recommend all members to read this report closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite conflicted by this amendment. I'm very grateful to see this amendment, and I'm pleased to see that Councillor Hodgson is now on board after his initial comments in the press. I'm supportive of the spirit of this amendment and share the concerns that the allotted budget might not be enough. However, I asked in the Environment Committee whether this is what we needed or what we could afford. Officers reassure me that this is what we needed for a year and not just what we could afford, and there is a plan on how this money will be spent. We also have a mechanism to ask for more money if it's needed, as the plan will come back to the Environment Committee after the full assessment. So I have chosen to trust the officer's judgment, although I do recognise that the knowledge is imperfect at this stage. We will need to do a full assessment to understand if more money will be needed. And so because of those reasons and because of my sympathy with the intent and spirit of this amendment, I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the effort that's gone into coming up with the plan by officers, and I'm conscious that they will have a more detailed plan once they carry out the spring canopy assessment. As someone who knows New Plantation Woods very well, I walk my dog there regularly, I think they will find that they need more funds, and this will facilitate prompt action. It will mean that we don't have to return to council to ask for further budget approvals. I'd like to thank Councillor Hodgson for the work he's put into projecting the costs of tackling this disease. I know that people who went on walks with the tree officer at the time saw with their own eyes the percentage of trees that are affected by ash dieback. It's not sensationalism, as has been suggested. They saw it. They saw that around 80% of those trees are already at a level 4. That was back before the autumn, before they lost their leaves. I hope that that doesn't mean they've all got to come down. We just need to manage it sensibly, which is what the plan suggests. Nobody is suggesting that we flatten New Plantation Woods. That's what we want to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What was explained to me by officers is that trees have been taken down by the tree team. Already 50 last year were taken down by the actual team. This money is for specialist work, which the tree team can't do at the moment. But as they do more work, they will become more experienced and be able to take on more work. So it means that this money is really for the largest trees and the ones which require the most experience and equipment. So I really think that we need to listen to the officers who've really explained why they've come about this figure. I agree, obviously, with my Vice Chair, thank you very much, that this is a one-year sum of money. And if after this year, when the trees have come back into leaf, we need more money, then next year we will come back for more money, and we may come back for more. But at the moment, this is the best we've had from the officers, and it was an extremely thorough piece of work, which was actually one of the best reports I have seen. It had accountability of who was responsible for what, which we don't normally see, and it was a really good piece of work. And we had lots of questions in the Environment Committee, and we did pretty much all support it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we've had a good debate on this. I think what we've had is I mean, certainly I've been in privacy of two bits of information, one which paints a very pessimistic report, and then the council position which is a bit more optimistic. And the truth lies probably somewhere between. And what this amendment does is actually try to get that area in between. It would be fantastic if we didn't have to spend this extra £35,000, and in some ways, I hope we don't have to, but I think it makes far more better financial prudence to have this in the actual budget now, rather than halfway during the year realising we spent £65,000 and we have got a serious problem. I mean, some of these trees in New Plantation are right next to a footpath that is very well used, and sooner or later these trees are going to become dangerous, and also as the trees get more and more dangerous, they become more expensive to actually tackle, because you can go up on a harness, you can sort of fell the trees and that, but then after a while, the trees become too brittle and that, and you've literally got to take it down other ways. Some of the ways, because they're, for example, very, very difficult to access, because, for example, like they're in the middle of a wood and they're right behind residential property. I have been told potentially, if it gets to its ultimate stage, those trees might have to be basically be taken out using a high crane over people's houses and that. Now, hopefully, we never get to that, but when you hear about things like that, you are naturally concerned in that. And no, I don't think we do necessarily have to flatten the entire bit of plantation wood, but we will have to, you know, take probably more trees out than we probably hope to do, and we'll also need to find at some point ways of financing new trees. For example, like memorial trees, having people, you know, making donations and things, and having getting the voluntary sector involved. But I think this is a good, cautious, prudent thing to actually do, and I would urge my members of this council to vote on it.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Agar. Against. Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Alcott.
Against.
Councillor Altaf. For. Councillor Amos.
For.
Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jagger.
Abstain.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Lewing.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
For.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrovsky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Councillor Udall.
Against.
And Councillor Wilmore. Against. Thank you. The amendment is lost.
On the home straight now on the last budget amendment. So this won't be controversial, I'm sure. Freeze car parking charges for 2024 and 2025. Councillor Hodgson, over to you.
Okay, this is the one we've all been waiting for, the exciting one, and actually shows that what makes us on this side of the chamber different to everybody else. And when people say on the doorstep, all you parties are the same, well, we're not. And we've always believed that having low parking charges in Worcester helps our city, helps to bring visitors, because it has shown that where parking charges are higher, they discourage people from actually coming. And we noticed that although the city centre has had I think, an 8% increase in footfall this year, the city's car parking revenue was about £6,000, sorry, so 6% below its forecasted budget. Now, there might be reasons for that, but I think some of the reasons is it is actually becoming less attractive. And what we've done is we increased it well above inflation last year, and now we're going to put it up by inflation even more. So it's going to become very expensive. We also have to be aware as well that we are not the only provider of parking in the city centre. There are other operators of car parks as well. And people will cotton on the fact that there are alternatives you can actually use that are better alternatives. I mean, when I came back from the bike meeting last night in Worcester, I took a shortcut through Friars Street, and the amount of cars parked on there was absolutely, you know, blocking the road. So it was very to get down there, and those cars, you know, if parking prices were competitive, and we had the enforcement thing, we could actually get more revenue. And the thing about this is, with car parking, people think that the more you charge, the more revenue you get, but that isn't speaking the case. I put £200,000 on this because I simply based it on the proposed increase and the amount of projected revenue for this particular year. But I think it's unlikely it's going to cost anywhere near £2,000 to actually implement this thing. And in fact, experience has shown these sort of things usually work out at about cost neutral. So I'll leave it at that. Again, like all these things, they're a matter of choice. I don't expect you to vote for this, but we know that's the difference between us and the other parties.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Stanley?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Happy to second this particular amendment. I think it's an important one. The implications for this particular increase are profound across the city. There will be, in my view and the view of my group, over the course of a financial year, a distinct, and the evidence is now beginning to emerge now to actually underpin this particular argument, that, you know, if we're not very careful, we simply just overcook the extent to which people are prepared to pay these increases. Moreover, I think this is part of a wider agenda and the long-term future of the cities, or at least those car parks that we have control over, will be, I suspect, part of an agenda for a future council. But the truth of the matter is, this increase is not necessary. It will be counterproductive, as Councillor Hodgson has said, and the opportunity is there now to do as we advise within the amendments, and I would urge members to support it.
Okay, I've got Councillor Denham.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we're drawing towards the end of this painful design of the Conservative Party election leaflets for the forthcoming election. We saw them last year. We were promised that the whole of the city centre would fall apart if we put up council car park charges in our car parks. That's proven not to be the case. What we have here with this amendment is completely unevidenced. It's not affordable. There's no indication really that car park usage or income has gone down. Flooding has an impact. Aside from that, yes, footfall absolutely has gone up. Our principle is, why should all Worcester council taxpayers subsidise people who can afford a car and subsidise visitors to our wonderful city? Remember, 20% of households in Worcester have no access to a car. When people go away for the weekend, when I go to visit someone, most people don't choose their destination according to the car park charges, don't even look at it. People come to see our cathedral. They come to be part of Light Night. They come to get tickets for the Three Choirs Festival and to enjoy what this city has to offer. I don't know what wider agenda is being alluded to. The wider agenda here is to balance the budget. To balance the budget for this council in as fair a way as we can possibly manage. And we can't afford cheap parking if we want to continue the essential public services that our residents need.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Collier.
I can't support this amendment that after it's been carefully looked at by the various committees. I do just want to remind us that whilst we don't seem to have the evidence that car park charges are damaging residents and visitors to the city, that we do have a well-evidenced health and well-being crisis, and that air pollution is a serious problem.
Thank you. Councillor Petrosky.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, apart from the obvious, which Councillor Denham stated, that we might be getting a hint at what the election literature is going to look like from one of the political parties here, I'm actually seriously worried because you know, it doesn't take a degree in economics to realise that balancing the budget of a council is very different to the national budget. So we do have to take great care in the sense that we cannot print the money, we cannot issue the bonds, and so on and so forth. So for that reason, I'm actually quite shocked because the amendments taken one at a time might be sort of interesting, and I don't necessarily agree that they're a waste of time because that's what we are here for. Even if we debated something 2 or 3 times, I don't think having a look at something once again, as long as it's permitted in the Constitution, is a bad thing. However, considering that only yesterday on the news, there was the discussion about Birmingham City Council and the financial difficulties that they say. LGA are telling us that 1 in 5 councils are on the brink of issuing Section 114. We talked about the financial prudence and looking after our finances, and unfortunately making decisions which might be difficult sometimes in various committees, including full council. I'm staggered by the sort of cavalier attitude that one of the speakers actually alluded to, that £14,000 here or there doesn't make a difference. Put together, the financial implication for our budget is 300,000 and 17,000. So that's a significant amount of money, and I think it's worth remembering what the finance director mentioned, that it has an implication on our reserves. I'd like to end by quoting a shocking declaration by Simon Hoare, who's the current local government minister. So this is what he's had to say about council reserves. Reserves are not there to be guarded like they are the sort of flame of the Vestal Virgins, never to be touched, end quote. In response, Peter Mallon, chair of the LGA Resources Board, said that council should stick to the time and tested position of not using reserves in a haphazard way, trying to plug the budget holes. I'm very sorry, but as I said, I'm disappointed that there are some humorous moments, but this is serious business, serious council business, and we cannot afford to contemplate things which will put down the line the financial viability of this council in question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Alcott, Councillor Udall, and I've got Councillor Cross. So I've got Councillor Alcott first.
Mayor, thank you. I know I campaigned last year, and I remember from out of everywhere that I went in Worcester, I only had one resident who came to me who was concerned about car parking charges, just one, and that's out of many. I think nowadays people have much bigger, more important issues. We think after the Liz Truss mini-budget disaster, you know, for example, my household, just £250 extra every single month we have to pay. And many people in a worse off situation, whether they have mortgages, whether they are renting. We look at the NHS, people on the longest waiting list ever, they can't see their GPs. We have the dentist crisis, we have the sewerage crisis. I put it to this council that the car parking charge is not an issue for people at all. They have so many more bigger things to worry about, and it just makes you really cross. And it's just, and also polls are suggesting now people are so unhappy that they're prepared to pay more for public services because they value how important they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udall.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, I'll be brief. I think the proposer of this motion opened the comment by saying this shows the Conservatives are different. I agree with them. It does show the Conservatives are different. They consistently get this wrong. If they actually wanted to achieve change in this city, they wouldn't be asking for 200. And if we had £200,000, which we don't, that's thanks to 14 years of Tory austerity. If we had £200,000 and they wanted to create change, they would be investing this kind of money into public transport, not public car parks. That's where the direction of travel actually is. Their failure to do so shows their difference. It shows that they are outdated, irrelevant, and indifferent to the real needs of the people of Worcester. And they really need to get real. They are, where they do have influence, where they do have power, they are responsible for cutting funds to public transport. Ask any resident of Downs Green and St John's how they can get to Worcester City Centre by bus at night. They can't, thanks to them. They cut the bus service. So let's get away from this obsession. Let's get our priorities right, invest in public transport where we can, and not waste any more time talking about providing more space for their Volvos.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Councillor Udall. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Councillor Cross, you finish. Okay, thank you. Councillor Gregson.
Yeah, I was just concerned that there seems to be this fear that by increasing the car park charges, what we're doing is preventing people from coming into the city. It's completely unproven. In fact, the opposite is true in terms of our the numbers that have been coming into to Worcester over the last few years. And I think that it's actually would be counterproductive of all of us to believe that increasing the car park charges is a good thing, because if it stops people driving in to use the car parks, then we will automatically get less money. So you know there is undoubtedly some kind of threshold at which it will make some sense to review those charges, but as long as the attraction, the interest and the availability of the car parks is there, then it makes absolute sense to be encouraging people to visit the city in as many ways as we can get, and also to be able to use that funding to support the local budget situation, which I'm ashamed to say I was adding up all these figures earlier on, and I've tried it 3 times now, and I've still got a different answer every time, and that's not unusual for me. But I mean, maybe we should have been nice to the Conservatives at the start and voted for the first one.
Okay, Councillor Round. Councillor Round.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think it just all goes to show how out of touch certain members are here with regards to what residents want, and I echo what's been said around the chamber really. You know, in my own ward in St Peter's, residents are not talking to me about the increase in parking charges, which is actually 10 pence an hour and cheaper than the other private alternatives in the city. What they're talking about is that they can't get a bus from St Peter's to the city centre after 6 o'clock at night. They can't get to work in the morning in the city centre. They're paying for taxis, and they can't get into the city centre on a Sunday. That's a disgrace, and they shows how out of touch that they really are.
Thank you. And I think on that note, I think hopefully we can call a close to the debate. So I'll allow the proposer to sum up.
Thank you very much. It's been a good, lively debate. We've had some very interesting comments. I think we can debate all night who's in touch and who isn't. What I would say is when I was in the High Street on Saturday, the Liberal Democrats had a clipboard where you could mark a pen what your biggest concerns were. And I noticed most of them were focused on the cost of living. Well, parking charges are very much part of the cost of living, so why not keep them down?
Thank you. Right, we'll move to the vote. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Agar.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Alcott.
Against.
Councillor Outaf. Councillor Amos.
For.
Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cockerham.
Against.
Councillor Collier.
Against.
Councillor Cookson.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cross.
Against.
Councillor Denham.
Against.
Councillor Desara.
Against.
Councillor Geraghty.
For.
Councillor Gregson.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Jagger.
Against.
Councillor Lamb.
Against.
Councillor Lawrenson.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence.
Against.
Councillor Lewing.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Norfolk.
Against.
Councillor Pingree.
Against.
Councillor Petrosky.
Against.
Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Councillor Round.
Against.
Councillor Sadiq.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Councillor Udall.
Against.
And Councillor Wilmore.
Against.
Thank you. The amendment is lost.
Okay, right. I promise you we will have a break soon, but I think it's important to finish the budget item and then we'll go for a break. Okay. I think it'll be a couple of minutes before we get to that. Okay. Yeah. Well, we've got to make sure everyone's aware of what they're voting for, haven't we? I think.
Okay.
All right, so we've now discussed the amendments. We're now going to be hopefully having a very short discussion, hopefully to be as small as possible, before we then go to a vote on the substantive item. There are a number of recommendations. You've all seen the recommendations. You've all had a chance to digest them. In the spirit of democracy, I'm going to have to give you a chance to talk about them if you want to, but would anyone like to raise any points before we move to the vote? Councillor Riaz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a budget out of necessity, not choice. Difficult decisions have to be made and taken. We have just seen a raft of irresponsible budget amendments that will eventually have bankrupt us. 2 years ago, we had an opportunity where we had a surplus that we could have saved for this very rainy day, and maybe some of these amendments could have been accepted, but it didn't. Councils up and down this land are facing bankruptcy, with many redundancies at stake and virtually no help from central government, showing that they are out of touch. In Worcester, we have thankfully bucked the trend. A recent article in the Worcester News showed the increase in footfall in the city centre and the fact that virtually our independents are holding strong amongst the competition. In Worcester, this council, we are being frugal, responsible and safeguarding the future of the council and the excellent services that we provide for our residents. We are bucking the trend in terms of our economy, with retail footfall up, and the strength of our independent sector is consistently holding high. We are constantly being ranked amongst the top places to live, the best places to live in terms of quality of life, in terms of health, in terms of quality of life, and the happiest places to live in the UK. So we are doing things right here in Worcester.
and people are trusting us with them. I don't know if certain members have their heads buried in the sand, but thankfully this budget process has shown to the people of Worcester that they would not trust the Tories with any budget, because just like Kwarteng, they will tank it.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Alcott.
Mayor, thank you. Just to comment, just a huge thank you really to all officers who have put the time into this budget. It's not been an easy one. We've had to make savings. And I would just like to touch upon how well we've done and how relieved I am that we have achieved that really. Just looking at the LGA newsletter today, the Independent reported a previous LGA survey of council leaders which found that nearly 1 in 5 said it is very or fairly likely that they will need to issue a Section 144 notice either this year or out of next. And this year, 128 out of 136 councils are raising their council taxes up to the full 4.99% because they have no other choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this before we move to the vote? No? Okay, so we're going to move to the vote now. It will be a name vote again. So what your name will be read out in turn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Agar. For. Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Alcott. For. Councillor Altaf. He's gone. Councillor Amos.
Against.
Councillor Bissett. For. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cockerham.
For.
Councillor Collier.
For.
Councillor Cookson.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cross.
For.
Councillor Denham.
For.
Councillor Desara.
For.
Councillor Geraghty. Councillor Gregson.
For.
Councillor Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Jagger.
For.
Councillor Lamb.
For.
Councillor Lawrenson.
For.
Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, no, absent. Councillor Lewing.
For.
Councillor Murray.
For.
Councillor Norfolk.
For.
Councillor Pingree.
For.
Councillor Petrovsky.
For.
Councillor Riaz.
For.
Councillor Round.
For.
Councillor Sadiq.
For.
Councillor Smith. For. Councillor Stanley. Councillor Stephen.
For.
Councillor Udall.
For.
Councillor Wilmore.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Against.
Thank you. The motion is carried.
Thank you. And just to make sure everyone's aware that we've just voted for all the items 1.1 to 1.6. Okay. Including the fees and charges.
Right, break now until 20 past.
Yep. So it's now 10 past 10. We're going to have a 10 minutes break.
And then we've got 16 questions.
So then we've got quite a bit more to do. So if we can come back into the room at 20 past, and we'll be starting on the dot, okay? Ready? Right, if we come back to order, please.
Here we go.
Okay, right, we're on agenda item 8.2, referral report from Policy and Resources Committee from the 6th of February. This is the savings plan for St Martin's Gate multi-storey car park, the LED lighting retrofit. This is to be proposed by Councillor Stanley.
Mr Mayor, thanks very much. I am actually delighted to propose this report. It's a great piece of work, and it engages with all the elements of this particular issue, public safety and security, etc., and energy. So more than happy to propose it, and I commend it to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice and short and sweet, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Denham.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this was unanimously agreed by those present at Policy and Resources Committee on the 6th of February. It has many advantages. It saves money. It will save carbon. We discussed that we will still meet the necessary car park standard, and my residents in Vicarage Court who look out upon it, I'm sure will be jolly grateful when it's implemented as well.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on this? Bearing in mind this is a referral report, it has already been discussed at length. No, in that case we'll move straight to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Next item, 8.3, referral report for Policy and Resources. This is the council tax second homes premium. Again, to be proposed by Councillor Stanley.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Again, delighted to propose this particular paper. It's hugely important that we get as many properties as possible back into use, basically. And again, I commend it to Council and hope for universal support.
Thank you. Seconding by Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm fully in favour of this motion, both so that we can possibly raise more money through the extra charges, and also because of its effect, hopefully, to discourage people from having second homes when some people don't have anywhere to live. I commend this motion.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? In which case we'll move straight to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's passed unanimously. Okay, next one is a referral report. This is from the Joint Consultative and Safety Committee, the Employees Code of Conduct. And this is proposed by Councillor Denham.
Thank you very much. This does go back to November's Joint Consultative and Safety Committee, and it's part of the ongoing programme of review of our policies and procedures. And, you know, our employees are the people that deliver the services for us and for our residents. We had a good debate around it, and there were useful comments made by the councillors who were part of that committee, and also importantly union representatives. So they had a useful discussion, made some amendments to it, and I commend this to council tonight.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bissett.
I have no hesitation in also commending this motion. As Councillor Denham says, we had a thorough discussion. There was full representation from councillors and trade union representatives. I think it's an improved and up-to-date code of conduct.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on this item? No, in which case we'll move straight to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No, okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now moving on to agenda item 9, which is the Independent Remuneration Panel recommendation for members' allowances for 2024-2025. I understand there are some options to be picked through here, and I'm going to ask Councillor Alcott to propose it.
Mayor, thank you. Yeah, obviously looking ahead to 24-25, in the budget which we have approved, we're assuming a staff pay rise of 6%. So I would like to propose that members sit alongside that and also put forward the 6% option. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Bissett to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a rise of 6% is the right choice for the reason already advanced by Councillor Alcott. I second this motion.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on this? Councillor Amos and Councillor Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll happily go along with it. I think members should have a reasonable rise, the same as everybody else. I've just got a question, actually. I'm not quite sure to whom it should be addressed. Doubtless you will direct me. I'm just a bit concerned about the changes in the multiplier for special responsibility allowances. Because if you look at page 156, paragraph 4.6, the green table, where the chair of the planning committee the multiplier goes up from 1 to 1.25, vice chair 0.5 to 0.75, chair of licensing environmental health 0.75 to 1, and vice chair from 0.5 to 0.75. Those increases, Mr. Mayor, are respectively 25%, 50%, 33% and 50%. I think that is outrageous, and I think we should not go along with that. Every member is entitled to an increase, but those increases in the multiplier are unacceptable because I cannot see what additional workload those members in those positions will have been undertaking to justify such massive increases. The workload has not increased to that extent, and therefore I don't think the salary should be increased to that extent because of the multiplier.
So are you proposing an amendment?
I'm proposing that we don't increase the multipliers at all.
So I think this paper calls for those changes, so you'll need to do an amendment. Do you want to do an amendment?
Yes, well, to be considered in the light of what I've just said, yes, I think that we should not, the multipliers should stay at the 23-24 level. Having said that, as I said before, Mr. Mayor, very happy with the 6% increase.
Okay, is anyone prepared to second that amendment? Okay.
I thought there was discussion on these prior to the item coming to committee, and that there was consensus.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear that.
Councillor Riaz was saying that he understands that there was some cross-party consensus. I think that's certainly on the 6%. Sounds like that's given. I think Councillor Amos is raising about the multipliers. No.
I mean, the report says that it was discussed, I thought, at leadership. I thought that those multipliers had been agreed cross-party with group leaders and deputy leaders. And it isn't that those individuals are doing more work than they used to do, necessarily. It's recognising that they do a lot of work. So some committees meet more often than others.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify that this report has come straight to Council, so it isn't a referral report, so it is a matter for Council to decide on all of these matters. The advice that's informed the report is from the Independent Remuneration Panel, which operates separately to the local authority. The work programme of that panel has proposed the special responsibility allowances. They haven't been subject to any agreement which binds the council. This is a fresh decision for the council to decide both on those special responsibility multipliers and the increase on basic allowance. So I think it's just that procedural point that if a councillor is proposing an amendment, we had a motion recommending a set of proposals that was then seconded. So now we've had an amendment to that. If that's seconded, then that gets discussed in the normal way.
Yeah, okay. So someone be happy to second that?
Well, I mean, I wasn't aware that the group leaders' agreement, Mr. Mayor, was reflecting in the multiplier. I thought it was on the 6%. I mean, at this hour, I will leave it, but I'm just really, I don't think this is quite the right way to do it. There is a proposal for a member's increase. We've all agreed, or going to agree, 6%. This is a separate matter. The multiplier is not the same as a percentage increase in members' allowance. It is a separate item. So I don't think it should be subsumed in one. But frankly, you know, looking at members' faces, I think they want to move on. But I hope next year we don't do it this way, because there are separate issues which merit a separate discussion.
Okay.
Right. It's quite in order to
so I think no, he doesn't want to. He's withdrawn that amendment. That's fine. Okay, Councillor Hodgson.
Yes, is it not the case that, in fact, that if you alter the multiplier and you're also altering the basic rate as well, that effectively those people on those multipliers will automatically receive that additional money anyway, because the percentage applies to the multiplier anyway. So in fact, you're actually double increasing those particular people.
Right. Okay. Well, there are two separate things, aren't there? There's a special responsibility allowance recognising additional work, and then there's the general rise of.
But the special
6%.
responsibility allowance is still linked to the general allowance.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I can hopefully offer some clarification as the council's representative for the IRP panel, you'll see from the table on page 157, there are 9 options with a 1% increase on each of those options, with option 9 identifying the percentage increase of the IRP panel. You'll see in the table then how that impacts on the special responsibility allowances, as those are a multiplier of what you agree the basic allowance to be. There are 2 total columns, and if you look on page 158, one set of those totals includes the separate recommendation for the chairs and vice chairs of the regulatory committees, and the other row identifies the total without accepting that separate recommendation for those 2 sets of roles on the regulatory committees. Does that clarify the point?
So that means the changes it's explicit,
yeah.
And what you're voting for is both of those 2 things: change in responsibility allowance and the 6% increase. Would anyone else like to talk on this before we move to a vote?
Do we need to be clear what Councillor Alcott was proposing, because she proposed option 6?
So for clarification, Councillor Alcott, if you are proposing option 6, that's an increase to the basic allowance, making it 5,078, and the increase then that will then have on the special responsibility allowances as a multiplying factor of the basic. Yeah, thank you.
Option 6.
Option 6. So to be clear, we're on option 6. I had Councillor Stanley. I think you wish to speak on this motion. No. Okay. Lynn. Sorry, Councillor Denham.
I mean, it is a pity that we're having a debate about how much money we give ourselves, and actually colleagues have asked a question of declaring an interest, particularly those like Chair of Planning and Vice Chair of Planning. This is an independent remuneration panel, and in fact, the Labour group, we didn't really want to debate this tonight. It's the other groups that chose to have it on the agenda, and I accept democracy and being outvoted that we're talking about it today. I think it is an unfortunate look when we are asking our residents to pay more council tax, and at the same time we're voting ourselves money in our pockets. I think nearly everybody in this room works very hard for their communities and goes above and beyond. The fact that we are here now, with one or two exceptions, shows that we do care. It's a pity that this is a debate. And the other sort of logic was, you know, with a new administration in May, and it will be different people in the room, whatever the makeup is, there is then an opportunity to shape how the council works, review the governance, review the numbers of committees we have, and then these amounts of money may be different.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Cochrane.
Yeah, I would just like to say that you know, I'm in the fortunate position that you know, this is not a deal breaker, if you like, for me to put myself forward to be a councillor, but it could well be for many people. And I think in terms of having a council that represents the people, meaning that people from all walks of life are able to put themselves forward to be a councillor, to take up that responsibility, the time that it takes. It's important that there's some remuneration that you know, facilitates people from all walks of life to be able to you know, represent and become a member on the council. The independent review panel that is you know, is not us saying what we want to be paid, have actually recommended 9% increase. So option 9. So that's the recommendation of the panel is actually much higher than we are currently debating, to keep us in line with other councils and to you know, ensure that that we remain sort of open to all people to take up member roles. So I think that the 6% is a reasonable compromise to ensure that you know, we're moving with inflation and you know, keeping people's options open.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Garrity.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak in this debate, but all I'd say is I think we've got an IRP. They obviously do a lot of work on behalf of the authority. They are independent. We should be guided by their views. And actually, option 9, if we were to go along with their view, would be a 15% increase. I think in the current circumstances, to make such a jump is a large amount. I think what is being proposed, as I hear, is a 6% increase, which is a sort of midpoint. The authority seems to have come adrift from the IRP. Personally, I think the IRP is there for a reason, to take these issues out of members' hands. Whilst they don't bind the council, they certainly should guide and influence us in terms of our thinking. So I think all things considered, the option 6, which is midpoint, which was proposed, seems reasonable. I'm no expert on the multipliers, but presumably they've done some work in relation to those where they're suggesting that, and I don't know whether any further guidance can be given in relation to the work they've done on that from professional officers. So I think that's the point of contention I hear in the debate, not the midpoint, but how we've got to those particular multipliers. And I'm sure that maybe officers can illuminate that. If they can, I think we can take this matter forward and hopefully bring it to a unanimous conclusion, Mr. Chair, because I think this is a matter that shouldn't be detaining us for too much longer.
Thank you. If there's unless there's any other speakers, I think we'll move to a vote on this. Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Right, next item, agenda item 10, appointment of a member to Planning Committee. I believe, Councillor Stanley, you've got a vacant position you can fill if you wish. Good. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stanley, thank you. Oh, we need to vote on that? Okay. Yeah. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's carried. Great. Right. So the next item is agenda item 11, which is a report of the Heritage Champion. Over to you, Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so the report is there before you, and I'm more than happy to take any questions on it if anybody's got any. I'm a heritage champion who is approachable and available for questions, not necessarily just this evening, but at any other time if you would like to draw attention to anything, as people have over the last 9 months, and then please do so. There's a couple of things I do want to just highlight as kind of things that I'd like to see progressing. Very clearly, the whole concept of heritage in the city is not purely about buildings, be they underground or overground. It's about a culture and a philosophy, and ties into our other strategies in terms of economic development, but also tourism and culture. And as I mentioned in 2.14, I'm very keen to see if we can develop a heritage strategy of its own. I also think it's important to recognise that there was a bit of a fuss over two major issues during the year in relation to heritage. One of those was the Crooked House pub in just north of here, which is still making headlines, you'll have seen. And the potential there for it to happen in any other place still exists, although professional opinion is that it's more unlikely in Worcester. And the other issue is as well in relation, tangentially in relation to our museums collection, which is the furore at the British Museum over security and loss of items, and it just really emphasises the importance of investing in those systems of cataloguing, recording, security, to make sure that our heritage is available for all going forward. Finally, I'll just mention that one of the things that we want to try and look at over the next the months going forward, next years going forward, is that this heritage centre of the Guildhall itself is 800 years old in 1227, and we ought to start planning to ways in which we can commemorate that and make it fully available to the public.
Thank you. Are there any questions on that? Councillor Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to thank Councillor Gregson for his work as the champion. That heritage is extremely important in the city, and in fact last week when we went to the conservation panel I could see his contribution there as well, so thank you very much for his time and contribution this year.
Thank you. And Councillor Agar.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Gregson on a really interesting and full report here, and as the armed forces champion for the city, I'm delighted to see in the report as well the award to the Mercy and Regimental Museum, so that it can progress its ambition to move to new premises. But also, can I urge councillors to go? I'm a member of the Joint Museums Committee as well as Dr. Gregson is the chair. I'm sure you'd agree with me, Dr. Gregson, that I'd like to encourage everybody here to go and see the Dame Laura Knight exhibition over the next couple of weeks. It's still on, and it is absolutely amazing. It's really world class.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Yes, thank you very much for this report. It's really good. But there is, I know about 2 or 3 years ago, they were talking about Worcester applying to be a heritage city. And I know there are some cities who are classed heritage cities. Are we still pursuing that avenue? And if so, how far did we go with it?
Councillor Hodgson, that's an interesting question, given your background in voting against the last proposal. I don't know. I believe that the notion of a heritage city has actually been overtaken by a much wider approach to heritage centres in terms of whether it's a city or town or a region. So I think that it's something that maybe is still under some debate. But if we have the opportunity, then I'll be keen to promote it further.
Thank you. Councillor Alcott.
Mayor, thank you. Just on behalf of our group, it is late, but yeah, thank you very much to Councillor Gregson for all he does for heritage and us. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, we don't vote on this, it's just for noting, so noted, and thank you very much, Adrian, for your report. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 12, which is a report from joint leaders, if they would like to. I'm going to turn to Councillor Denham first. Is there anything you'd like to raise with the council? Councillor Denham. This is a report from joint leaders, agenda item 12.
Yeah.
No, no. Councillor Bissett, no. Okay, so we're now going to go back to the questions that we deferred earlier on. Okay, right. Okay, you ready? Okay.
Question 1.
Right, let's try and do this. Let's try and get this. What's that? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. There are a lot of questions here. In fact, there are 16 questions. Down to because it's obviously very late, I'm just going to ask the originators of the questions if you really, really do want to ask those questions, or whether you prefer to have a written answer after the meeting. But if you insist on asking them, you're very welcome to do it. So there's just an opportunity if you want to reduce the number of questions. Councillor Petrosky.
In the spirit of brevity, I'll be happy to answer Councillor Denham and Councillor Bissett with my question.
Fine. Okay, thank you. Is that okay?
Let's make a
All right, well, we'll carry on as normal then. Fine, we'll withdraw that then. Fine.
Or they may wish, or they can withdraw the question.
No, I don't think he wants to.
No, all of them.
No.
Anyway.
Yeah. Right, let's crack on then. Right. Okay, first one. Question number 1 from Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. It's important we do have these questions here. On the 15th of January, the Cabinet Office has released a new official portrait of His Majesty the King that will soon hang in public buildings the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. The portrait, taken at Windsor Castle last year by photographer Hugo Bernard, shows His Majesty wearing a Royal Navy uniform of an Admiral of the Fleet and official medals and decorations. A copy of the portrait is being offered to public authorities across the United Kingdom free of charge as part of a scheme to celebrate the new reign. Has Worcester City Council applied for their copy, and where will it be displayed?
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
I thank Councillor Hodgson for his question. A copy of the portrait of His Majesty King Charles III was ordered from the official King's Portrait website by the Democratic and Civic Services Manager on the 30th of November 2023. Confirmation of the order was received on 1st of December 2023, with the estimated delivery date given being between February and April 2024. The portrait will be displayed in a prominent, publicly accessible place within the Guildhall.
Do you have supplementary?
And can we be reassured that this picture will continue to hang? Because I know that in the event of the Green Party taking control of the council, the Green Party have a record of being anti-monarchy, and one of their policies is PA 600C, which said the monarch shall cease to be in the office of government. So can't you reassure us that we will see that picture on a permanent basis in the city until it becomes replaced by something else?
Councillor Bissett.
I can so assure Councillor Hodgson that the portrait will continue to be displayed, because I am part of a civic institution which is part of the structure of this country, part of the, lifeblood of this country, as you might say. I might disagree with the system, but we live in a monarchy, and this council takes part in that monarchical structure. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, that portrait will continue to be displayed.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to question number 2, again
Yes.
from Councillor Hodgson.
Yes, Councillor Lewin this time, yeah. At the Environment Committee, a report was issued regarding weed control and the use of glyphosate that included alternative methods, including using hot water, fire and root wave electric. Is this report a step toward the policy for the end of the use of glyphosate weed killers by Worcester City Council?
Councillor Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The investigation of alternatives is linked to the commitment this council has made within its environmental sustainability strategy, which is to minimise the use of products or substances harmful to the environment.
Councillor Hodgson, supplementary.
Yes, I'm pleased the word minimised is actually being used, because I know the Greens put a motion to the County Council on the 9th of November, which basically implied they want to see an actual ending of this particular solution. So again, will she reassure us that this will be kept as a means where it's appropriate, and obviously where it isn't, yes, by all means use other methods?
I think the question was, is it just going to minimise and you reserve it if needed?
Okay, I'm going to give some context to this. I know it's very late, but I just want to say the UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. We have seen an accelerated decline in the loss of plant and animal species in our lifetimes, with 1 in 6 species of British wildlife at risk of extinction, including essential pollinator insects. The Royal Horticultural Society says the use of pesticides and herbicides should be avoided if possible, and they should only be used, if ever, in small and targeted applications. By making progress on this, we are actually joining many cities and districts around the country who are further ahead, who are also looking to take proactive action to reduce it, whilst ultimately hoping to remove its use. However, a full options appraisal will be presented back to Environment Committee in due course, and therefore at this stage, no final decision has been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 3, again from Councillor Hodgson.
Yes, Worcester City currently has a place protection orders in place for various antisocial activities, including the prohibition of the intentional feeding of girls, prohibition of aggressive begging, and prohibition of dangerous skateboarding and cycling. Does the joint leader believe that not renewing the orders, beg your pardon, will cause dismay and disappointment to many residents and stakeholders in the city?
Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. The Communities Committee will receive a decision report on the review of 3 public space protection orders that are due to expire in 2024 when they meet on the 13th of March. Any decision taken by that committee should focus on the key principles in determining whether an extension is necessary. These include whether the PSPO is necessary to prevent activity recurring, whether there has been an increase in frequency or seriousness of the activity. These decisions on whether to introduce or extend PSPOs should be evidence-based, not decided on the basis of what is going to be. I think whatever we decide to do, some people will not like it, but we can't decide on that basis. What we need to make evidence-based decisions.
Thank you. Is a supplementary question?
Yes, there is. To me, this seems like waving a white flag to things that are actually too difficult. And I think that the bicycle rental scheme we saw last night being previewed, those bikes have particular technology in them so that somebody who is riding such a bike can be detected on the control centre, and the information will be there. So if it is so it might well be possible to actually prosecute somebody who is riding one of those bikes inappropriately in that. I think it will send out the wrong message to people that these are not being renewed, and we do know the fact that that regarding cycling, the Greens is very much part of the pro-cycling lobby in this particular city.
Is there a question there, sorry?
Yes. What are your comments on that particular observation?
Can you, for chairing, can you just remind that they don't need to give a response if they don't want to something?
You don't have to give a response if you don't want to. Fine. Okay, right. So the next question is, again, this is question number 4. Again, Councillor Hodgson to Councillor Denham.
Yes, I wish these questions would get mixed up a bit more. It might be a bit easier, especially when your contact lenses are giving up this time of night to read them out. Anyway, this is the Councillor Denham. How much has been spent on architects and surveyors' fees on the Scala Theatre development since the earlier plans for a large theatre were abandoned? Does the revised business case for the Scala Theatre rely on ongoing subsidy, and if so, from where?
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. The decision to take an alternative approach to the Scala and Corn Exchange buildings and development was made at P&R committee in July 2023. We were faced with a difficult decision in that the previous plans were no longer affordable or deliverable. Since that time, the following sums have been approved via committees. So 250,000 for continuation of design work, that was made at P&R in July 2023, and then 100,000 to enable a preferred contractor to undertake preliminary works prior to construction. That decision was made at P&R in February 2024 about making the building safer. Also at P&R in February, a further 80,000 has been, I should say those sums were within the agreed project budget, the funds available. A further 80,000 has been approved to support the continued engagement of the creative consortium in order to develop a delivery model. The outcome of that work will depend what level, if any, ongoing subsidy is required.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary for that?
Yes, we seem to have spent considerable amount on these sort of fees, because obviously there has to be several redesigns as the project has actually gone on. My main concern is, you know, the cost of all this versus the cost of if we'd actually stuck with the original budget. I think would have been, would you agree with me, would have been much better off doing, because all we've done is spent all this money on these fees. And also in terms of actually this facility, are we sure it's actually going to be viable, because it's not significantly unique anymore. Last week I was talking to somebody from the Methodist Church, and they've got a 300-seat auditorium at St Andrew's Methodist Church. So there's lots of venues like that in the city. So it is significantly unique. So we won't get, so it will need
so I'm going to stop you
subsidy
there,
to actually
you're
find
actually
out.
asking 2 supplementary questions there.
But you hadn't answered the second part of the question. And
You asked 2
my
supplementaries. You asked whether it was viable, and then you asked about whether it was going to be unique. You can only have 1 supplementary question. So which one do you want?
Yes. Will this development require continued subsidy in order to keep it running, bearing in mind there's plenty of other alternatives?
Stop there. Can you answer the last one, please? Thank you.
That is impossible to answer at this point in time. I would remind the member that the original project, the original funding was for capital only, in order to produce a shiny building on the high street ahead of the general election. That no longer is affordable or deliverable to that timescale. What we now, and there was no funding for an operational delivery, there was no business case for arts or delivery within that shiny building. What we now have is a really exciting possibility of unique creativity within really exciting spaces that use the space of the Scala building and of the Corn Exchange.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to question number 5, Councillor Hodgson. This is to the 2 joint leaders. So, is this going to be...
He can choose who he's asking.
So, do you want to choose who you're going to ask this to?
I'll ask Councillor Denham for this one. I think this is actually a friendly question.
Okay, no, okay. Yeah.
Sorry. The nature of joint leadership is actually we do talk to each other and we have agreed between us whom will answer which of the joint leader questions.
Fine, that's fine for me. So it's going to be, so this is directed to Councillor Bissett then.
Okay, then. Okay.
Who's prepared an answer for
Okay,
you?
that's fine. Okay. This last question is not to score any particular point, but actually to help people like me who struggle to hear in this particular building. 1 in 6 of the UK adult population is affected by hearing loss, and modern hearing aids with compatibility of hearing leads can make a significant difference. In addition to council meetings, the Guildhall is used for a variety of events, but does not have an adequate hearing lead system. When I go to my local church at St Nicholas, I can hear perfectly using the loop system. Why hasn't the Guildhall got one yet?
Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Thank you for raising this very important matter. The Guildhall does offer an induction loop neckband for use at council and committee meetings, and a separate hearing loop system for use at other functions and events held at the Guildhall. Your feedback regarding the system that we have at the moment is invaluable, and officers will discuss this with the supplier of the systems to agree how the service can be improved.
Okay, supplementary question?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for that, and I would say it is very important that we have that, and can't you reassure me that the system will be able to cover the council chamber, the courtroom and the main assembly room as an absolute minimum?
I don't think Councillor Bissett can actually decide policy, I'm afraid. But over to you, Councillor Bissett.
I can't really do that, but I do have complete faith that the officers will do their utmost to ensure that the hearing loop system works in every room that it needs to work in for the benefit of councillors.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to now question number 6, Councillor Amos to Councillor Denham.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. To Councillor Denham, Joint Leader of the Council, is it in order for an officer of the Council to meet with one political party's candidate in City Council elections at the candidate's request to discuss an issue in their election campaign, and which is then the subject of a media/press release claiming support from this officer during the purdah period?
As we're not currently in a pre-election period, this is presumably referring to some historic episode of which I have absolutely no knowledge.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Well, I'm staggered by that response, Mr Mayor, because officers are aware of this matter, because my question actually describes a specific situation that occurred last year when officers told me that this was in order, but I never received an apology and no action was taken. So can I therefore assume on that basis, Mr Mayor, that I can now do the same in this election on the grounds that if it was satisfactory and okay last year in the May elections, it's okay in this year's May elections? But this incident is known to officers, Mr Mayor, so I'm surprised that Councillor Denham hasn't been given the answer.
I'm not sure this is a question to the leader of the council. I think you probably should go to the monitoring officer, perhaps. But Councillor Denham, would you like to answer it? Up to you.
There is clearly an incident in Councillor Amos's head, which is not in mine. I think it's inappropriate to discuss an incident a particular personal incident in this context. If you have complaints to make, then there are avenues to go down. It would appear you have had some of those conversations. Pre-election restrictions are governed by Section 2 of the Local Government Act 1986, as amended in 1988. In relation to decision-making within the council, the position remains that it is business as usual, unless there are very good reasons why this should not be the case. In the vast majority of cases, the pre-election period will have no impact on normal council business, including the approval of planning decisions. The Local Government Association's guidance states that the primary restriction is on proactive publicity by the council, which particularly relates to candidates and other politicians involved directly in the election. The council can still issue media releases on factual matters, provided that these do not identify individual councillors or groups of councillors. Councillors are still free to respond to inquiries received from the media in a personal capacity. Individual councillors can issue their own statements, write letters to the local newspapers for publication, contact the media directly, or say what they like in a personal capacity, but must not use council resources to do so. There is no formal restriction on officers holding meetings as part of normal business, nor on candidates issuing press releases. Councillors should, however, bear in mind the LGA's guidance, and the monitoring officer will be issuing a letter to all councillors prior to the pre-election period, reminding them of this. Under our constitution, a specific issue relating to a council officer is not a matter for debate at full council, but should be raised with the managing director or the relevant corporate director.
Thank you. Okay, next question is number 7. Again, Councillor Amos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it's to Councillor Denham. Can you give me an update on the number of illegal immigrants currently in the Founds Hotel and on the provision of priority housing for up to a further 100 more, which the council has agreed to accommodate?
Councillor Amos doesn't appear to have learnt from his previous questions on this. We don't have illegal immigrants. We have people seeking asylum who are the responsibility of the Home Office and who have contracted that responsibility to Serco. It's not a matter for the District Council.
Thank you. And is there a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, in that case, can I advise Councillor Denham that she is out of touch? If she says we don't have illegal immigrants, perhaps I could refer her to the Illegal Migration Act, which is now law, passed last year, which does give a definition of an illegal immigrant. Such people are in the Founds Hotel. So I'm surprised that she doesn't understand.
Is there a question? Sorry.
Well, I've asked her if I can advise her on that point.
Is that a question? I don't think that's a question, personally, but okay, Councillor Denham.
I have heard you.
Thank you.
Graciously said, Mr. Mayor.
Fantastic. Right, we're moving on to question number 8.
Yes, this is to Councillors Bissett and Denham. Will they meet urgently with West Mercia Police to seek an assurance that the law will be enforced if illegal immigrants from the Founds Hotel or elsewhere are working illegally for Deliveroo or others?
You do this. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Councillor Amos. Despite the exchange we just heard, I don't accept that the term illegal immigrants is appropriate for the people in the Founds Hotel, so I won't use it in my answer. I wonder if Councillor Amos has any reason for this, has any evidence that this is going on. I don't know. So, officers of this council work with key public agencies to manage a range of impacts and challenges that both public authorities and the asylum seekers face in contingency hotel settings such as the Founds Hotel. I will ask officers to raise the importance of right to work rules with Serco and local policing colleagues as part of their regular conversations.
Thank you. Supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Bissett for that answer? And will she inform me of the outcome of any discussions that I had with Serco? And can I tell her that there is evidence that the police have been involved, but I'm seeking action rather than just observations?
Councillor Bissett.
Yes, if I will pass on to you any information that the officers provide to me.
Thank you. Okay, we're on question number 9.
Thank you. This is the Councillor Denham. Which councillors on the west side were consulted about the chopping down of 3 beautiful mature trees in St John's Cemetery before Christmas? Is she aware that such wanton vandalism has completely damaged the aspect and atmosphere of this highly sensitive and much-loved community facility? And will you tell me what other areas of the cemetery which are flat were first inspected for extra capacity before vandalising this section of the site, which is on a steep slope and not best suited for graves?
I'm aware that the Corporate Director for Operations, Homes and Communities has provided Councillor Amos with several written responses on this issue following the matter being raised with him. These responses have set out the rationale for the work and why this location was chosen above others. I understand that, well, St John's Cemetery is within St John's ward. I don't think we should be taking up further time on this matter.
Councillor Amos, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very disappointed with the kind of attitude in the answer to that question. A cemetery is a community facility. Presumably then, if I asked a question about the city centre, that would have to be directed to one, possibly 2 or 3 councillors who represented the city centre. So I can't ask a question about Ashford Cemetery either. Could I therefore remind Councillor Denham that I have had an interest in this facility. I am on the now defunct Council's Cemeteries and Crematorium Forum, which hasn't met for ages, and I am a West Side councillor. So does she think that councillors are either too irrelevant or too stupid to be involved in important decisions of this nature?
No.
Thank you. Okay, next question, number 10, Councillor Amos again.
Number 10. Given that meat eaters are about 93% of the population, and that rightly, alternative provision is invariably made for vegetarians and vegans, why has a decision been made to deny any choice for the 93% at post-council receptions by instructing that no meat options for the 93% should be provided? Who made this decision? Who else was consulted? And is this another example of the tyranny of the illiberal left?
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Councillor Amos. It is the Mayor's prerogative to decide what food and drink will be offered to members at the gatherings after full council meetings. Councillor Amos is well aware of this, since he has been the Mayor. Our current Mayor, being mindful of the gravity of the climate emergency, has chosen to highlight the importance of all of us doing what we can to mitigate the seriousness of the emergency by offering plant-based food. We should all eat less meat. Far more land on this planet is given over to growing food for farmed animals than growing food for humans. Vast swathes of the rainforests of the world, which store carbon and are rich in biodiversity, are being cut down to grow yet more soya to feed yet more cattle. There are only 6 such meetings a year. Is it really such an imposition to be deprived of meat on these 6 occasions? I remind him that the Council's policy on what food it offers at other events has not changed. If the Councillor's answer is yes, then I suggest he brings his own ham sandwiches.
Councillor Amos, is there a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Well, can I tell Councillor Bissett, it's not actually about me, because I'm the first to admit I eat too much anyway, and if I'm not welcome at these events, I won't attend, and that is of no consequence. The issue here, Mr. Mayor, and could I ask Councillor Bissett this, does she not agree with me that this is an important point of principle? Because does she not see that, given the Council's policies on equality, diversity and inclusion, is this not just another example of the double standards and hypocrisy of certain people who say one thing but do something else? Why are these 93% being denied a choice?
Councillor Bissett.
I don't think not being able to eat meat at a particular event is really an equality and diversity issue. But there is an issue here, which is that if we offer plant-based food only, it is actually more inclusive, because some people don't eat beef and pork, or maybe they'll only eat meat if it's been prepared according to the halal method. So by offering plant-based, you can be sure that you're going to meet everybody's requirements.
Thank you. Okay, we're now on to question number 11, I think. Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't give up easily. Councillor Bissett, will she list the main achievements of the Council's cycle officer?
Councillor Bissett.
We don't actually have a cycle officer. So I'm going to be magnanimous and answer the question that I think you might have intended to ask, which is about what the new Sustainability Support Officer has achieved. So this role was appointed to in November 2022. It supports the sustainability team leader in delivering the Council's environmental sustainability strategy, and also has a particular focus on active travel. Active travel means making your journeys in physically active ways, like walking, wheeling, using a wheelchair or mobility aid, or cycling. The Council's work on active travel is overseen by Health and Wellbeing Committee, which approved the Council's first active travel plan in June 2023. The latest performance report was considered by Health and Wellbeing Committee at its January meeting. Highlights reported to committee related to cycling include the town investment plan projects that support active travel. Working with the County Council, we have provided funding to support improved off-road active travel routes linking Diglis and St Peters, Ronkswood, the Lippards and Spexley Road, and extending the surfaced canal towpath to 6 ways. The Town's Fund grant is also contributing to the new Keepats Bridge. The major project being delivered this year is the bike share scheme being operated by Beryl Bikes, which was subject of a member briefing last night. Also, support to schools implementing the Bike Worcester Bike Bus scheme. Improvements in changing facilities and cycle parking at the Council's main buildings to support cycle commuting. Delivery of bikeability training, including the civil enforcement team, who regularly utilise e-bikes for enforcement work outside the city centre. Implementation and promotion of the shift scheme that allows staff and councillors to log active business and commuting travel and trigger a small donation per kilometre to the Mayor's charity. And promotion of the Cycle to Work Salary Sacrifice scheme, which has enabled staff to make a tax saving on cycle purchase.
Councillor Amos, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, sir. Well, notwithstanding that we don't have a cycle officer and we spend £100,000 on this officer, perhaps I could ask Councillor Bissett, nonetheless, a question about the cycling officer. Clearly, most cyclists are law-abiding and responsible people. However, a small minority. So on the proposed bike hire scheme, will Councillor Bissett ensure that warnings and reminders are issued to all users that it is in fact illegal to cycle in the pedestrianised city centre and on pavements? And will she comment on the abolition, the imminent abolition of the PSPO in respect of dangerous cycling in the city centre, which removes any element of enforcement whatsoever, because the police don't enforce anything either?
Councillor Bissett.
On the question of advising people who hire pedal bikes about their obligations, it's difficult for me to go into detail, but I do have faith in the officers of this council to ensure that the bike scheme is run in a way that optimises safety for users and for all the residents of the city. Is that?
That's fine.
Okay.
Brilliant, thank you. Right, we're now on to question 12, which is to the joint leaders. Again, Councillor Amos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps I get a straight answer on this one. Let's see what happens. This is to Councillors Bissett and Denham, joint leaders of the council. Will they meet with the regional manager of the post office or other appropriate operational executive of the post office to discuss ways of ending the permanently unacceptable delays and queues in getting served throughout the day at the Worcester High Street branch, where it has now become normal for there to be only one counter open and 2 of the 3 self-service machines to be out of order?
Councillor Denham.
Thank you for a very interesting question. I'm not aware that this council has any responsibility for how the post office operates. I've been advised by some colleagues who are well informed on these matters that actually scrutiny of the post office is the responsibility of the county council and sits within the Worcestershire County Council Overview, Scrutiny and Performance Board. And in fact, Labour councillors have been requesting in the past that scrutiny of the post office did take place. To date, this has been refused, including, I gather, a period in which Councillor Amos was himself vice chair of that board, of that committee. A separate item which I think is very relevant and of interest is one of the things that I am involved with is I'm chair of Worcester Dementia Action Alliance, and we had a campaign over a period of time which was ultimately successful about improving access, because the fact that the post office is upstairs on the first floor and you have to go up an escalator, escalators are problematic for many people living with dementia and obviously people with disabilities. And the signage for the lift at the back of the store was extremely poor. Following a campaign, I did meet with the manager of W.H. Smith's shop. There is now a much better sign close to the bottom of the escalator, and it is easier to find the lift at the back of the shop. So that has improved access to the post office counter, albeit a deficient service when you get there.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary question?
Perhaps just a word of advice from you, Mr. Mayor, just before I do. Because the question is to both joint leaders, is Councillor Denham speaking with one voice or 2 faces on this issue?
Councillor Denham and Bissett have pre-decided who's going to answer, and Councillor Denham's answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's fine. That's fine. I think the purpose of this question, Mr. Mayor, and I think Councillor Denham, may well write about responsibilities for this, that, and the other, but we've just had a question about cycling and transport and travel. That's clearly the responsibility of the county council as well, but it doesn't stop this council employing an officer to deal with the same issue. So just to get practically to try and deal with the problem the people of Worcester have about the queuing in the post office, frankly, I don't mind how it's done or who does it, but there is an issue here, and all I'm asking for, so will Councillor Denham agree, nonetheless, to meet with somebody from the post office, unless they actually refuse to meet with her, to meet with somebody and discuss, on behalf of the council, the problem the people of Worcester have. That's what I'm asking, to try and find a way forward. Is she prepared to do that?
It's a pity you don't listen to what I said earlier. It is the responsibility of Worcestershire County Council and the scrutiny processes within the County Council. You are a county councillor, you need to take your question there, not in this chamber.
Okay, thank you. Right, so moving on to question number 13, Councillor Lawrenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the joint leaders of the council, Councillors Bissett and Denham. Last month, the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill, known as the Anti-Boycott Bill, passed the third reading in the House of Commons, and it's now moved to the House of Lords. If implemented, public bodies such as local councils will no longer be able to spend according to their ethics if they contradict UK foreign policy, particularly if they are in support of Palestinian rights. Please could you let us know your opinions about this? Thank you.
Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrenson. I find this bill very worrying. I align myself with the views of Satchar Deshmukh, the Amnesty International UK's chief executive, who said, "This dangerous and draconian law will stifle free speech among members of public bodies and is likely to deter even the most modest efforts to procure goods and services free from slavery, environmental harm and other human rights abuses. It is alarming that the bill singles out a country, Israel, and gives it unique exemption from international law. Instead of bringing forward divisive and unnecessary legislation, ministers should urgently focus on pressing all parties to the conflict in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories to adhere to international humanitarian law, for the International Criminal Court to investigate possible war crimes by all parties, and for the root causes of the current crisis to be addressed to prevent future violations. The UK was one of the first countries in the world to seriously embrace the notion that businesses should uphold and promote human rights, and this legislation flies in the face of that. Council officials and members of NHS trusts now face the daunting prospect of being investigated with their correspondence and social media seized and examined for signs of political opinions. There is no evidence of a problem here in the first place, and this scaremongering legislation is set to choke off responsible decision-making by our public bodies.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary question?
No, thank you very much for the answer.
Okay. Next question, number 14, Councillor Petrowski.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is to joint leaders of this council. What is your opinion, please, about the proposed plans of cuts within Hereford and Worcester Fire and Rescue Service under the current resource review consultation that will result in the removal of 8 fire engines, downgrading of the 9th one to provide nighttime cover only, and axing 45 on-call firefighters? Thank you.
Councillor Denham.
I personally have not had the opportunity, or I have not looked at the resource review and the information. I therefore have not formed any opinion at this point.
Councillor Petrowski, supplementary.
I've read the documents. I'll be very happy to share additional information. Would Councillor Denham be mindful and prepared to take the consideration based on that reading potentially to the Chief Fire Officer? Thank you.
I mean, this is a live consultation on proposals that are set out in information from the Fire Authority. You know, any member who wishes can raise concerns, and I understand the fire officer is willing to come and talk to people. Unfortunately, in terms of timing, the consultation closes on the 4th of March. Otherwise, we could have invited the Chief Fire Officer to Communities Committee, but there is limited time available. The Fire Authority is made up of elected members from the County Council, and they will be the decision-making body.
Thank you. Next question, number 15, Councillor Jagger.
Thank you, Mayor. As many members will be aware, a popular GP practice, Farrier House Surgery, will be closing its doors. That's my GP practice. And the Liberal Democrats started a petition to keep it open, but having engaged with various stakeholders, it became apparent that the practice has too many complex problems. However, through this exercise, it became evident that there's room for improvement in the way that key players in the city communicate and collaborate on healthcare decisions, and the Worcester City Council could play a key role in facilitating communication. So my questions for the joint leaders is, would you be willing to meet with a relevant officer committee to explore ways in which Worcester City Council can improve formal communication with the Hereford and Worcestershire Integrated Care Board in cases where specific planning decision may have an impact on GP provisions?
Guessing this is Councillor Denham, it's in your ward.
Thank you. I mean, there are there's potentially more than one question in there. I absolutely share your concern about the closure of Farrier House Surgery and its impact on healthcare provision within the city. It actually was developed as the alternative when the walk-in centre was closed, and it particularly to meet the needs of vulnerable people in the city centre. You are correct that it is the commissioning of GP care is extremely complicated, and healthcare structures are complicated. It's a question of how long you've got as to how much detail you want me to go into. On Monday, Councillor Udall and I attended the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which takes place at the County Council. I attend as a County Councillor. Councillor Udall is our City Council representative, and in fact we had a one-item agenda which was about access to GP primary care. So a significant level of debate, concern around the whole county. The way that the GP contract works is it mitigates against the surgery has closed because those GPs couldn't make it financially work. The way that the fees work and the way that the national contract works is out of date and doesn't meet the need of younger population and more mobile population. We have coming to Health and Wellbeing Committee, our next committee of the City Council next month. Part of the remit of that committee is health provision, health needs of homeless population and homelessness. At our last Health and Wellbeing Committee, we flagged up concern, and that is going to be an agenda item at the next Health and Wellbeing Committee. Earlier today, I was at the Worcestershire Health and Wellbeing Board, so as a Worcester City Council representative, so as Chair of Health and Wellbeing Committee, I am the lead for this council on health and well-being. So the invitation the place at that board is for the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Committee. If I'm unable to attend, then the vice chair attends. We have, and that also leads to, we have a place on a similar basis with the Integrated Care Board Assembly, Stakeholder Assembly. Officers and this City Council are intimately involved with the District Collaborative Network, which is the collection of primary care services and partners and stakeholders within the City Council, which covers a whole range of health and wellbeing issues. It's probably worth noting, and again, myself and the Vice Chair of Health and Wellbeing Committee have an invitation to that, and we attend whenever we are able to do so.
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive answer. Is there a supplementary, or is that hopefully answered anything you could possibly have asked? Oh, gosh.
One very short supplementary question. One of the key issues that was raised with me was that at the moment, the ICB must be informed and consulted when housing developments are considered in planning, but the same does not apply to nursing homes because it's not a statutory requirement. But they've indicated that this will be very useful for them to be able to plan GP provision in the future. Is that something that could be explored?
I think it's a matter of national legislation. It was mentioned at Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee on Monday. I think the planning law and Section 106 and how Section 106 money is used is for capital investment, so it would potentially be used for extension of a GP surgery. It's not an income stream, and the income and the revenue is dependent on the GP contract and is dependent on the occupants of the developer of the new homes paying council tax and other taxes.
Thank you. Right, we're on the last question, number 16. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Councillor Lewing, Chair of the Environment Committee. Worcester City Council Environment Sustainability Strategy states that the Council will work to improve and enhance our green and blue infrastructure, including the river, canal and other watercourses. In the last 4 years, what work has been carried out on the nature reserves in the city boundaries and specifically in Offerton Lane Nature Reserve ponds?
Councillor Lewing.
I'd like to thank Councillor Murray for her question, because I am too concerned about the blue and green infrastructure in the city, and particularly the ponds in Warndon. And I'm very pleased to update you. But I'd also like to say, as Environment Chair, I'd like to extend a welcome to all councillors with relevant issues to the committee to talk to me, or the Vice Chair will always be happy to help. They don't have to wait for committees like this. I have been informed that there has been staffing resource challenges in this area of the business over several months, but recruitment for vacant posts will be taking place in coming weeks. In addition, this area of the business now forms part of the Bereavement and Green Spaces Service, which will have benefits in terms of skills, knowledge, capacity and resilience. Despite these challenges, work has been carried out under the Town Investment Plan to improve accessibility to the Cherry Orchard Nature Reserve. Our tree team has also continued to manage trees within our nature reserves across the city to ensure health and safety is maintained and promoted. Officers have recently assessed Offerton Lane Nature Reserve ponds with a view to carrying out improvement works during 24-25. This will include inlet and outlet clearance, drainage channel works and sensitive management of the reed beds. As well as to improving this particular site, the works will also have drainage benefits for residential areas further upstream. A study has been commissioned to identify biodiversity improvements to the city's water corridors as well, and will be subject of a future Environment Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary question?
I think Councillor Lewing's probably answered most of it. I wanted to ask if the Environment Committee will commit to working with officers and strategic partners and agencies to return the ponds to their formative operational state. They are an integral part of our our drainage system in Worcester, and the fact that they are so silted up and the drains are blocked is certainly, almost certainly, contributing to flooding in the city. And really, I just wanted assurance that the Environment Committee will commit to working with partners to improve biodiversity, which Councillor Lewing has just confirmed, so that residents and visitors can thrive in a flourishing and natural environment. So thank you, Councillor Lewing.
Councillor Lewin.
Yes, fine, it wasn't a question, was it?
What exactly was the question? Was it...
Councillor Lewing had answered it. I just wanted to make the points that I wanted to make.
Great, right. So we're at the end of normal business now.
We've got a point of order here.
Oh, point of order, sorry.
I'll be brief, Mr Mayor. I know people want to get home. But can I seek your guidance? You may wish to consult the monitoring officer, really for future question times. Is it at the discretion of the joint leader whether they answer a particular question or not? Specifically, I had a question about the post office. Councillor Denham declined to answer that because it's not our responsibility. I accept her answer, but then she went on to reply to questions about the fire authority, which clearly has nothing to do with us either, and about a surgery, which is clearly nothing to do with us either. Now, either we have a rule where we can't deal with things because we don't have a direct responsibility for them, or we do. It's the inconsistency that bothers me. So, on what basis is a joint leader answering questions or not? That's what I'd like your guidance on, Mr Chairman, Mr Mayor, so that we can ask the right questions to the right person at the next council meeting.
I can provide a comment on the Constitution if you like. Mr Mayor, I'd just provide clarification on what the Constitution currently says. The Constitution doesn't currently prescribe what format a response to a question should be. So as long as a question is in order, then it is for the respondent to decide how they answer it under our current Constitution.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, in which case I shall direct most of my answers to Councillor Bissett, because she gives me nicer answers.
Right. Okay, so we're now at the end of normal council business. We have just one... hang on a second. We're at the end of normal business, but there is one exempt item.
Which we've taken as read.
Which I think we're going to take as read, so I think that's probably the end of it. Fine. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for attending. If you'd like, at this very late hour, to have a drink. Oh, yes, any other business? No? Okay, so at this point, if you would like to partake in the refreshments in the Mayor's Parlour, you are very, very welcome. Thank you.